Preface to Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Poems by Adam Lindsay Gordon. The Preface by Marcus Clarke. The poems of Gordon have an interest beyond the mere personal one which his friends attach to his name. Written as they were at odd times and leisure moments of a stirring and adventurous life, it is not to be wondered at if they are unequal and unfinished. The astonishment of those who knew the man, and can gauge the capacity of this city to foster poetic instinct, is that such work was ever produced here at all. Intensely nervous, and feeling much of that shame at the exercise of the higher intelligence which besets those who are known to be renowned in field sports, Gordon produced his poems shyly, scribbled them on scraps of paper, and sent them anonymously to magazines. It was not until he discovered one morning that everybody knew a couplet or two of How We Beat the Favorite that he consented to forego his anonymity and appear in the unsuspected character of a versemaker. The success of his republished collected poems gave him courage, and the unreserved praise which greeted bush ballads should have urged him to forget or to conquer those evil promptings which unhappily brought about his untimely death. Adam Lindsay Gordon was the son of an officer in the English army, and was educated at Woolwich, in order that he might follow the profession of his family. At the time when he was a cadet there was no sign either of the two great wars which were about to call forth the strength of English arms, and like many other men of his day, he quitted his prospects of service and emigrated. He went to South Australia and started as a sheep farmer. His efforts were attended with failure. He lost his capital, and owning nothing but a love for horsemanship and a head full of Browning and Shelley, plunged into the varied life which gold mining, overlanding, and cattle driving affords. From this experience he emerged to light in Melbourne as the best amateur steeple-chase rider in the colonies. The victory he won for Major Baker in 1868, when he rode Babbler for the Cup steeple-chase, made him popular, and the almost simultaneous publication of his last volume of poems gave him welcome entrance to the houses of all who had pretensions to literary taste. The reputation of the book spread to England, and Major White Melville did not disdain to place the lines of the dashing Australian author at the head of his own dashing descriptions of sporting scenery. Unhappily, the melancholy which Gordon's friends had with pain observed increased daily, and in the full flood of his success, with congratulations pouring upon him from every side, he was found dead in the heather near his home with a bullet from his own rifle in his brain. I do not propose to criticize the volumes which these few lines of preface introduce to the reader. The influence of Browning and Swinburne upon the writer's taste is plain. There is plainly visible also, however, a keen sense for natural beauty and manly admiration for healthy living. If in Ashtaroth and Bellona we recognize the swing of a familiar metre, in such poems as The Stock Rider, we perceive the genuine poetic instinct, united to a very clear perception of the loveliness of duty and of labour. 'Twas merry in the glowing morn among the gleaming grass to wander as we've wandered many a mile, and blow the cool tobacco cloud, and watch the white wreaths pass, sitting loosely in the saddle all the while. 'Twas merry mid the black woods when we spied the station roofs, to wheel the wild scrub cattle at the yard, with a running fire of stockwhips and a fiery run of hoofs. Oh, the hardest days was never then too hard. Ay, we had a glorious gallop after Starlight and his gang, when they bolted from Sylvester's on the flat. How the sun-dried reed beds crackled, how the flint-strewn ranges rang to the strokes of mountaineer and acrobat. Hard behind them in the timber, harder still across the heath, close behind them through the tea-tree scrub we dashed, and the golden tinted fern leaves, how they rustled underneath, and the honeysuckle osiers, how they crashed. This is genuine. There is no poetic evolution from the depths of internal consciousness here. The writer has ridden his ride as well as written it. The student of these unpretending volumes will be repaid for his labor. He will find in them something very like the beginnings of a national school of Australian poetry. In historic Europe, where every rood of ground is hallowed in legend and in song, the least imaginative can find food for sad and sweet reflection. When strolling at noon down an English country lane, lounging at sunset by some ruined chapel on the margin of an Irish lake, or watching the mists of morning unveil Ben Lomond, we feel all the charm which springs from association with the past. Soothed, saddened, and cheered by turns, we partake of the varied moods which belong not so much to ourselves as to the dead men who, in old days, sung, suffered, or conquered in the scenes which we survey. But this, our native or adopted land, has no past, no story. No poet speaks to us. Do we need a poet to interpret nature's teachings? We must look into our own hearts, if perchance we may find a poet there. What is the dominant note of Australian scenery? That which is the dominant note of Edgar Allan's poetry, weird melancholy. A poem like La Allegro could never be written by an Australian. It is too airy, too sweet, too freshly happy. The Australian mountain forests are funereal, secret, stern. Their solitude is desolation. They seem to stifle in their black gorges a story of sullen despair. No tender sentiment is nourished in their shade. In other lands the dying year is mourned, the falling leaves drop lightly on his bier. In the Australian forest no leaves fall. The savage winds shout among the rock clefts. From the melancholy gums, strips of white bark hang and rustle. The very animal life of these frowning hills is either grotesque or ghostly. Great gray kangaroos hop noiselessly over the coarse grass. Flights of white cockatoos stream out, shrieking like evil souls. The sun suddenly sinks, and the mopokes burst out in horrible peals of semi-human laughter. The natives aver that when night comes, from out the bottomless depths of some lagoon the bunyip rises, and in the form like monstrous sea calf drags his loathsome length from out the ooze. From a corner of the silent forest rises a dismal chant, and around a fire dance natives painted like skeletons. All is fear-inspiring and gloomy. No bright fancies are linked with the memories of the mountains. Hopeless explorers have named them out of their sufferings, Mount Misery, Mount Dreadful, Mount Despair. As when among sylvan scenes and places, made green with the running of rivers, and gracious with temperate air. The soul is soothed and satisfied, so placed before the frightful grandeur of these barren hills, it drinks in their sentiment of defiant ferocity, and is steeped in bitterness. Australia has rightly been named the land of the dawning. Wrapped in the mist of early morning, her history looms vague and gigantic. The lonely horseman riding between the moonlight and the day sees vast shadows creeping across the shelterless and silent plains, hears strange noises in the primeval forest, where flourishes a vegetation long dead in other lands, and feels, despite his fortune, that the trim utilitarian civilization which bred him shrinks into insignificance beside the contemptuous grandeur of forest and ranges coeval with an age in which European scientists have cradled his own race. There is a poem in every form of tree or flower, but the poetry which lives in the trees and flowers of Australia differs from those of other countries. Europe is the home of knightly song, of bright deeds and clear morning thought. Asia sinks beneath the weighty recollections of her past magnificence, as the suttee sinks, jewel-burdened, upon the corpse of a dread grandeur, destructive even in its death. America swiftly hurries on her way, rapid, glittering, insatiable, even as one of her own giant waterfalls. From the jungles of Africa and the creeper-tangled groves of the islands of the South, arise from the glowing hearts of 1,000 flowers, heavy and intoxicating odors. The upa's poison which dwells in barbaric sensuality. In Australia alone is to be found the grotesque, the weird, the strange scribblings of nature learning how to write. Some see no beauty in our trees without shade, our flowers without perfume, our birds who cannot fly, and our beasts who have not yet learned to walk on all fours. But the dwellers in the wilderness acknowledge the subtle charm of this fantastic land of monstrosities. He becomes familiar with the beauty of loneliness. Whispered to by the myriad tongues of the wilderness, he learns the language of the barren and the uncouth, and can read the hieroglyphics of haggard gum trees, blown into odd shapes distorted with fierce hot winds or cramped with cold nights, when the Southern Cross freezes in a cloudless sky of icy blue. The phantasmagoria of that wild dreamland termed the bush interprets itself, and the poet of our desolation begins to comprehend why free Esau loved his heritage of desert and sand better than all the bountiful richness of Egypt. Marcus Clark. End of preface. In Memoriam by Henry Kendall. In Poems by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. A. L. Gordon. At rest, hard by the margin of that sea whose sounds are mingled with his noble verse, now lies the shell that nevermore will house the fine, strong spirit of my gifted friend. Yea, he who flashed upon us suddenly a shining soul with syllables of fire, who sang the first great songs these lands can claim to be their own, the one who did not seem to know what royal place awaited him within the temple of the beautiful. He passed away, and we who knew him sit aghast in darkness, dumb with that great grief, whose stature yet we cannot comprehend. While over yonder churchyard, hearsed with pines, the night wind sings its immemorial hymn, and sobs above a newly covered grave. The bard, the scholar, and the man who lived that frank, that open-hearted life which keeps the splendid fire of English chivalry from dying out. The one who never wronged a fellow man. The faithful friend who judged the many, anxious to be loved of him, by what he saw and not by what he heard, as lesser spirits do. The brave great soul that never told a lie, or turned aside to fly from danger, he, I say, was one of that bright company this sin-stained world can ill afford to lose. They did not know, the hundreds who had read his sturdy verse, and revelled over ringing major notes, the mournful meaning of the undersong which runs through all he wrote, and often takes the deep autumnal half-pathetic tone of forest winds in March. Nor did they think that on that healthy-hearted man there lay the wild specific curse which seems to cling forever to the poet's twofold life. To Adam Lindsay Gordon, I, who laid 2 years ago on Lionel Michael's grave a tender leaf of my regard, yea, I, who culled a garland from the flowers of song to place where Harper sleeps, I, left alone, the sad disciple of a shining band now gone. To Adam Lindsay Gordon's name I dedicate these lines, and if 'tis true that past the darkness of the grave the soul becomes omniscient, then the bard may stoop from his high seat to take the offering, and read it with a sigh for human friends in human bonds, the human griefs, and gray with human griefs. And having wove and proffered this poor wreath, I stand today as lone as he who saw a night fall through the glimmering moony mists, the last of Arthur on the Wailing Mere, and strained in vain to hear the going voice. Henry Kendall. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Poetus Ocus by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Michelle McFarland. April 2016, Hong Kong. Am I waking? Was I sleeping? Dearest, are you watching yet? Traces on your cheeks of weeping glitter, 'tis in vain you fret. Drifting ever, drifting onward, in the glass the bright sand runs steadily and slowly downward. Hushed are all the myrmidons. Has Automedon been banished from his post beside my bed? Where has Agamemnon vanished? Where is warlike Diomed? Where is Nestor? Where Ulysses? Menelaus, where is he? Call them not, more dear your kisses than their prosings are to me. Daylight fades, and night must follow. Lo, where sea and sky combine, droops the orb of great Apollo, hostile god to me and mine. Through the tent's wide entrance streaming, in a flood of glory rare, glides the golden sunset gleaming on your golden gleaming hair. Chide him not, the leech who tarries, surest aid were all too late. Surer far the shaft of Paris, winged by Phoebus and by fate, when he crouched behind the gable. Had I once his features scanned, Phoebus' self had scarce been able to have nerved his trembling hand. Blue-eyed maiden, dear Athena, goddess chaste and wise and brave, from the snares of Polyxena thou wouldst fain thy favourite save. Tell me, is it not far better that it should be as it is? Jove's behest we cannot fetter. Fate's decrees are always his. Many seek for peace and riches, length of days and life of ease. I have sought for one thing, which is fairer unto me than these. Often too I've heard the story, in my boyhood, of the doom which the fates assigned me. Glory, coupled with an early tomb. Swift assault and sudden sally, underneath the Trojan wall, charge and countercharge and rally, war cry loud and trumpet call, doubtful strain of desperate battle, cut and thrust and grapple fierce, swords that ring on shields that rattle, blades that gash and darts that pierce. I have done with these forever. By the loud resounding sea, where the reedy javelins quiver, there is now no place for me. Day by day our ranks diminish, we are falling day by day. But our sons the strife will finish, where man tarries, man must slay. Life, 'tis said, to all men sweet is, death to all must bitter be. Wherefore thus, O mother Thetis, none can baffle Jove's decree? I am ready, I am willing to resign my stormy life, weary of this long blood spilling, sated with this ceaseless strife. Shorter doom I've pictured dimly on a bed of crimson sand, fighting hard and dying grimly, silent lips and striking hand. But the toughest lives are brittle, and the bravest and the best lightly fall. It matters little. Now I only long for rest. I have seen enough of slaughter, seen Scamander's torrent red, seen hot blood poured out like water, seen the champaign heaped with dead. Men will call me unrelenting, pitiless, vindictive, stern. Few will raise a voice dissenting, few will better things discern. Speak, the fires of life are reeling like the wildfires on the marsh. Was I to a friend unfeeling? Was I to a mistress harsh? Was there naught save bloodshed throbbing in this heart and on this brow? Whisper, girl, in silent sobbing, dead Patroclus, answer thou. Dry those violet orbs that glisten, darling, I have had my day. Place your hand in mine and listen, ere the strong soul cleaves its way through the death mist hovering o'er me, as the stout ship cleaves the wave. to my fathers gone before me, to the gods who love the brave. Courage we must part for certain, shades that sink and shades that rise, blending in a shroud-like curtain, gather o'er these weary eyes. O'er the fields we used to roam in brighter days and lighter cheer, gathers thus the quiet gloaming. Now, I ween, the end is near. For the hand that clasps your fingers, closing in the death grip tight, scarcely feels the warmth that lingers, scarcely heeds the pressure light, while the failing pulse that alters, changing neath a death-chilled damp, flickers, flutters, flags and falters, feebly like a waning lamp. Think'st thou, love, 'twill chafe my ghost in Hades' realm, where heroes shine, should I hear the shepherd boasting to his Argive concubine? Let him boast, the girlish victor, let him brag. Not thus, I trow, were the laurels torn from Hector not so very long ago. Does my voice sound thick and husky? Is my hand no longer warm? Round that neck where pearls look dusky, let me once more wind my arm. Rest my head upon that shoulder where it rested oft of yore, warm and white, yet seeming colder now than e'er it seemed before. 'Twas the fraud of Priam's daughter, not the force of Priam's son, slew me. Ask not why I sought her, 'twas my doom. Her work is done. Fairer far than she, and dearer by 1,000-fold thou art. Come, my own one, nestle nearer, cheating death of half his smart. Slowly, while your amber tresses shower down their golden rain, let me drink those last caresses, never to be felt again. Yet the Elysian halls are spacious. Somewhere near me I may keep room, who knows? The gods are gracious. Lay me lower, let me sleep. Lower yet, my senses wander, and my spirit seems to roll with the tide of swift Scamander rushing to a viewless goal. In my ears, like distant washing of the surf upon the shore, drones a murmur, faintly splashing. 'Tis the splash of Charon's oar. Lower yet, my own Briseis, denser shadows veil the light. Hush, what is to be is. Close my eyes and say good night. Lightly lay your red lips, kissing, on this cold mouth, while your thumbs lie on these cold eyelids pressing. Pallas, thus thy soldier comes. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Gone by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by George Allen. In Collins Street standeth a statue tall on a pillar of stone, telling its story to great and small, of the dust reclaimed from the sand waste lone. Weary and wasted and worn and wan, feeble and faint and languid and low, he lay on the desert a dying man, who has gone, my friends, where we all must go. There are perils by land and perils by water. Short, I ween, are the obsequies of the landsman lost, but they may be shorter with the mariner lost in the trackless seas. And well for him when the timbers start, and the stout ship reels and settles below, who goes to his doom with as bold a heart as that dead man gone, where we all must go. Man is stubborn his rights to yield, and redder than dews at eventide are the dews of battle shed on the field by a nation's wrath or a despot's pride. But few who have heard their death knell roll from the cannon's lips where they faced the foe have fallen as stout and steady of soul as that dead man gone where we all must go. Traverse yon spacious burial ground, many are sleeping soundly there, who passed with mourners standing around, kindred and friends and children fair. Did he envy such ending? 'Twere hard to say. Had he cause to envy such ending? No. Can the spirit feel for the senseless clay, when it once has gone where we all must go? What matters the sand or the whitening chalk, the blighted herbage, the blackening log, the crooked beak of the eagle hawk, or the hot red tongue of the native dog? That couch was rugged, those sextons rude, yet, in spite of a leaden shroud, we know that the bravest and fairest are earthworms' food, when once they've gone where we all must go. With the pistol clenched in his failing hand, with the death mist spread o'er his fading eyes, he saw the sun go down on the sand, and he slept and never saw it rise. 'Twas well, he toiled till his task was done, constant and calm in his latest throe. The storm was weathered, the battle was won, when he went, my friends, where we all must go. God grant that whenever, soon or late, our course is run and our goal is reached, we may meet our fate as steady and straight as he whose bones in yon desert bleached. No tears are needed, our cheeks are dry, we have none to waste upon living woe. Shall we sigh for one who has ceased to sigh, having gone, my friends, where we all must go? We tarry yet, we are toiling still, he is gone, and he fares the best. He fought against odds, he struggled uphill, he has fairly earned his season of rest. No tears are needed, fill out the wine, let the goblets clash and the grape juice flow. Ho, pledge me a death drink, comrade mine, to a brave man gone where we all must go. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Unshriven by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by George Allen. Oh, the sun rose on the lea, and the bird sang merrily, and the steed stood ready harnessed in the hall. And he left his lady's bower, and he sought the eastern tower, and he lifted cloak and weapon from the wall. We were wed but yesternoon, must we separate so soon? Must you travel unassoiled, and I unshriven, with the blood stain on your hand, and the red streak on your brand, and your guilt all unconfessed and unforgiven? Though it were but yester-even, we were wedded still unshriven, across the moor this morning I must ride. I must gallop fast and straight, for my errand will not wait. Fear not, I shall return at eventide. If I fear, it is for thee, thy weal is dear to me, yon moor with retribution seemeth rife. As we've sown, so must we reap, and I've started in my sleep, at the voice of the avenger, life for life. My arm is strong, I ween, and my trusty blade is keen, and the courser that I ride is swift and sure. And I cannot break my oath, though to leave thee I am loath. There is one that I must meet upon the moor. Oh, the sun shone on the lea, and the bird sang merrily, down the avenue and through the iron gate. Spurred and belted, so he rode, steel to draw and steel to goad, and across the moor he galloped fast and straight. Oh, the sun shone on the lea, and the bird sang full of glee, ere the mists of evening gathered chill and grey. But the wild bird's merry note on the deaf ear never smote, and the sunshine never warmed the lifeless clay. Ere the sun began to droop, or the mist began to stoop, the youthful bride lay swooning in the hall, empty saddle on his back, broken bridle hanging slack, the steed returned full gallop to the stall. Oh, the sun sank in the sea, and the wind wailed drearily, let the bells in yonder monastery toll, for the night-rack nestles dark round the body stiff and stark, and unshriven to its Maker flies the soul. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ye weary wayfarer, his ballad in 8 fits. Fit 1 by Adam Lindsay Gordon, read for LibriVox.org by Carolyn. Fit 1 by Wood and Wold, a preamble. Beneath the greenwood bough, W. Scott. Lightly the breath of the spring wind blows, though laden with faint perfume. 'Tis the fragrance rare that the bushman knows, the scent of the wattle bloom. 2/3 of our journey at least are done, old horse. Let us take a spell in the shade from the glare of the noonday sun. Thus far we have travelled well. Your bridle I'll slip, your saddle ungirth, and lay them beside this log. For you'll roll in that track of reddish earth, and shake like a water dog. Upon yonder rise there's a clump of trees, their shadows look cool and broad. You can crop the grass as fast as you please, while I stretch my limbs on the sod. 'Tis pleasant, I ween, with a leafy screen o'er the weary head to lie, on the mossy carpet of emerald green, 'neath the vault of the azure sky. Thus all alone by the wood and wold, I yield myself once again to the memories old that, like tales fresh told, come flitting across the brain. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Ye weary wayfarer, his ballad in 8 fits. Fit 2 by Adam Lindsay Gordon, read for LibriVox.org by Carolyn. Fit 2 by Flood Field, a legend of the Cotteswold. They have saddled 100 milk-white steeds, they have bridled 100 black. Old ballad. He turned in his saddle, now follow who dare, I ride for my country, quoth. Lawrence. I remember the lowering wintry morn, and the mist on the Cotswold hills, where I once heard the blast of the huntsman's horn, not far from the 7 Rills. Jack Asdale was there, and Hugh St. Clair, Bob Chapman and Andrew Kerr, and Big George Griffiths on Devil May Care, and Black Tom Oliver. And one who rode on a dark brown steed, clean-jointed, sinewy, spare, with the lean game-head of the Blacklock breed, and the resolute eye that loves the lead, and the quarters massive and square, a tower of strength with a promise of speed. There was Celtic blood in the pair. I remember how merry a start we got when the red fox broke from the gorse, in that country so deep, with the scent so hot, that the hound could outspace the horse. I remember how few in the front rank showed, how endless appeared the tail, on the brown hillside where we crossed the road and headed towards the vale. The dark brown steed on the left was there, on the right was a dappled grey, and between the pair on a chestnut mare the duffer who writes this lay. What business had this child there to ride? But little or none at all, yet I held my own for a while in the pride that goeth before a fall. Though rashness can hope for but one result, we are heedless when fate draws nigh us, and the maxim holds good, quem perdere vult, Deus dementat prius. The right-hand man to the left-hand said, as down in the vale we went, "Harden your heart like a millstone, Ned, and set your face as flint. Solid and tall is the rasping wall that stretches before us yonder. You must have it at speed or none at all. 'Twere better to halt than to ponder, for the stream runs wide on the take-off side and washes the clay back under. Here goes for a pull, 'tis a madman's ride, and a broken neck if you blunder." No word in reply his comrade spoke, nor wavered nor once looked round, but I saw him shorten his horse's stroke as we splashed through the marshy ground. I remember the laugh that all the while on his quiet features played, so he rode to his death with that careless smile in the van of the Light Brigade. So, stricken by Russian grape, the cheer rang out, while he toppled back from the shattered lungs as merry and clear as it did when it roused the pack. Let never a tear his memory stain, give his ashes never a sigh, one of many who perished not in vain, as a type of our chivalry. I remember one thrust he gave to his hat, and two to the flanks of the brown, and still as a statue of old he sat, and he shot to the front, hands down. I remember the snort and the stag-like bound of the steed 6 lengths to the fore, and the laugh of the rider while, landing sound, he turned in his saddle and glanced around. I remember but a little more, save a bird's-eye gleam of the dashing stream, a jarring thud on the wall, a shock and the blank of a nightmare's dream. I was down with a stunning fall. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Ye weary wayfarer, his ballad in 8 fits, Fit 3, by Adam Lindsay Gordon, read for LibriVox.org by Carolyn. Fit 3, zu der edlen Jagd, a treatise on trees, vine tree versus saddle tree. Now welcome, welcome, masters mine, thrice welcome to the noble chase, nor earthly sport nor sport divine can take such honourable place. Ballad of the Wild Huntsman, free translation. I remember some words my father said when I was an urchin vain. God rest his soul in his narrow bed, these 10 long years he hath lain. When I think one drop of the blood he bore, this faint heart surely must hold. It may be my fancy and nothing more, but the faint heart seemeth bold. He said that as from the blood of grape, or from juice distilled from the grain, false vigour, soon to evaporate, is lent to nerve and brain. So the coward will dare on the gallant horse what he never would dare alone, because he exults in a borrowed force and a hardihood not his own. And it may be so, yet this difference lies twixt the vine and the saddle tree. The spurious courage that drink supplies sets our baser passions free. But the stimulant which the horseman feels when he gallops fast and straight, to his better nature most appeals, and charity conquers hate. As the kindly sunshine thaws the snow, e'en malice and spite will yield. We could almost welcome our mortal foe in the saddle by flood and field. And chivalry dawns in the merry tale that Market Harborough writes, and the yarns of Nimrod and Martingale seem legends of loyal knights. Now tell me for once, old horse of mine, grazing round me loose and free, does your ancient equine heart repine for a burst in such company, where the powers that be in the front rank ride, to hold your own with the throng, or to plunge at Foa Ballads' side in the rapids of Dandenong? Don't tread on my toes, you're no foolish weight, so I found to my cost, as under your carcass I lay, when you rose too late. Yet I blame you not for the blunder. What, sulky old man, your underlip falls? You think I, too, ready to rail am, at your kinship remote to that duff at walls, the talkative roadster of Balaam. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Ye weary wayfarer, his ballad in 8 fits, Fit 4 by Adam Lindsay Gordon, read for LibriVox.org by Carolyn. Fit 4 in utrumque paratus, a logical discussion. Then hey for boot and horse, lad, and round the world away. Young blood will have its course, lad, and every dog his day. C. Kingsley. There's a formula which the West Country clowns once used, ere their blows fell thick, at the fairs on the Devon and Cornwall downs, in their bouts with the single stick. You may read a moral not far amiss, if you care to moralize, in the crossing guard where the ash plants kiss, to the words, God spare our eyes. No game was ever yet worth a rap for a rational man to play, into which no accident, no mishap could possibly find its way. If you hold the willow, a shooter from Wills may transform you into a hopper, and the football meadow is rife with spills if you feel disposed for a cropper. In a rattling gallop with hound and horse, you may chance to reverse the medal. On the sword wear the saddle your loins across, and your hunter's loins on the saddle. In the stubbles you'll find it hard to frame a remonstrance firm yet civil, when oft as our mutual friend takes aim, long odds may be laid on the rising game, and against your gaiters level. There's danger even where fish are caught, to those who a wetting fear, for what's worth having must I be bought, and sport's like life and life's like sport, it ain't all skittles and beer. The honey bag lies close to the sting, the rose is fenced by the thorn. Shall we leave to others their gathering, and turn from clustering fruits that cling to the garden wall in scorn? Albeit those purple grapes hang high, like the fox in the ancient tale, let us pause and try, ere we pass them by, though we, like the fox, may fail. All hurry is worse than useless. Think on the adage, 'tis pace that kills. Shun bad tobacco, avoid strong drink, abstain from Holloway's pills, wear woolen socks, they're the best you'll find. Beware how you leave off flannel, and whatever you do, don't change your mind when once you have picked your panel. With a bank of cloud in the south-southeast, stand ready to shorten sail. Fight shy of a corporation feast, don't trust to a martingale. Keep your powder dry and shut one eye, not both, when you touch your trigger. Don't stop with your head too frequently. This advice ain't meant for a nigger. Look before you leap, if you like, but if you mean leaping, don't look long, or the weakest place will soon grow stiff, and the strongest doubly strong. As far as you can to every man, let your aid be freely given, and hit out straight, 'tis your shortest plan, when against the ropes you're driven. Mere pluck, though not in the least sublime, is wiser than blank dismay, since no sparrow can fall before its time, and we're valued higher than they. So hope for the best, and leave the rest in charge of a stronger hand, like the honest Boers in the far-off West, with the formula terse and grand. They were men for the most part rough and rude, dull and illiterate, but they nursed no quarrel, they cherished no feud, they were strangers to spite and hate. In a kindly spirit they took their stand, that brothers and sons might learn how a man should uphold the sports of his land, and strike his best with a strong right hand, and take his strokes in return. 'Twas a barbarous practice, the Quaker cries, 'tis a thing of the past, thank heaven. Keep your thanks till the combative instinct dies, with the taint of the olden leaven. Yes, the times are changed, for better or for worse. The prayer that no harm befall has given its place to a drunken curse, and the manly game to a brawl. Our burdens are heavy, our natures weak. Some pastime devoid of harm may we look for. Yea, friend, peradventure thou mayst seek recreation singing a psalm. If I did, your visage so grim and stern would relax in a ghastly smile, for of music I never one note could learn, and my feeble minstrelsy would turn your chant to discord vile. Though the Philistine's mail could not avail, nor the spear like a weaver's beam, there are episodes yet in the psalmist's tale to obliterate which his poems fail, which his exploits fail to redeem. Can the Hittite's wrongs forgotten be? Does he warble non nobis domine with his monarch in blissful concert, free from all malice to flesh inherent? Zeruiah's offspring, who served so well, yet between the horns of the altar fell, does his voice there quid gloriaris swell, or the quare fremerent? It may well be thus where David sings, and Uriah joins in the chorus, but while earth to earthly matter clings, neither you nor the bravest of Judah's kings as a pattern can stand before us. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Ye weary wayfarer, his ballad in 8 fits, Fit 5 by Adam Lindsay Gordon, read for LibriVox.org by Carolyn. Fit 5, Lex Talionis. a moral discourse. And if there's blood upon his hand, 'tis but the blood of deer. W. Scott. To beasts of the field and fowls of the air and fish of the sea alike, man's hand is never slow to spare, and ever ready to strike, with a license to kill and to work our will, in season by land or by water. To our heart's content we may take our fill of the joys we derive from slaughter. And few, I reckon, our rights gainsay in this world of rapine and wrong, where the weak and the timid seem lawful prey for the resolute and the strong. Fins, furs, and feathers, they are and were for our use and pleasures created. We can shoot and hunt and angle and snare, unquestioned if not unsated. I have neither the will nor the right to blame, yet to many, though not to all, the sweets of destruction are somewhat tame, when no personal risks befall. Our victims suffer but little, we trust, mere guesswork and blank enigma. If they suffer at all, our field sports must of cruelty bear the stigma. Shall we, hard-hearted to their fates, thus soft-hearted shrink from our own, when the measure we mete is meted out to us, when we reap as we've always sown? Shall we, who for pastime have squandered life, who are styled the lords of creation, recoil from our chance of more equal strife and our risk of retaliation? Though short is the dying pheasant's pain, scant pity you well may spare, and the partridge slain is a triumph vain, and the risk that a child may dare. You feel when you lower the smoking gun some ruth for yon slaughtered hare, and hit or miss in your selfish fun the widgeon has little share. But you've no remorseful qualms or pangs when you kneel by the grizzly's lair. On that conical bullet your sole chance hangs. 'Tis the weak one's advantage fair, and the shaggy giant's terrific fangs are ready to crush and tear. Should you miss one vision of home and friends, 5 words of unfinished prayer, 3 savage knife stabs, so your sport ends in the worrying grapple that chokes and rends, rare sport at least for the bear. Short shrift, sharp fate, dark doom to dree, hard struggle, though quickly ending, at home or abroad, by land or sea. In peace or war, soul trails must be, and worse may happen to you or to me, for none are secure and none can flee from a destiny impending. Ah, friend, did you think when the London sank, timber by timber, plank by plank, in a cauldron of boiling surf, how alone at least, with never a flinch, in a rally contested inch by inch, you could fall on the trampled turf, when a livid wall of the sea leaps high in the lurid light of a leaden sky, and bursts on the quarter railing, while the howling storm gust seems to vie with the crush of splintered beams that fly, yet fails too oft to smother the cry of women and children wailing. Then those who listen in sinking ships to despairing sobs from their loved ones' lips, where the green wave thus slowly shatters, may long for the crescent claw that rips the bison into ribbons and strips, and tears the strong elk to tatters. O sunderings short of body and breath! O battle and murder and sudden death, against which the liturgy preaches, by the will of a just yet a merciful power, less bitter perchance in the mystic hour, when the wings of the shadowy angel lower than man in his blindness teaches. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Ye weary wayfarer, his ballad in 8 fits, fit 6, by Adam Lindsay Gordon, read for LibriVox.org by Carolyn. Fit 6, Potter's Clay, an allegorical interlude. Nec propter vitam vivendi perdere causas. Though the pitcher that goes to the sparkling rill too oft gets broken at last, there are scores of others its place to fill when its earth to the earth is cast. Keep that pitcher at home, let it never roam, but lie like a useless clod, yet sooner or later the hour will come when its chips are thrown to the sod. It is wise, then, say, in the waning day, when the vessel is cracked and old, to cherish the battered potter's clay as though it were virgin gold. Take care of yourself, dull, boorish elf, though prudent and safe you seem, your pitcher will break on the musty shelf, and mine by the dazzling stream. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Ye weary wayfarer, his ballad in 8 fits, fit 7, by Adam Lindsay Gordon, read for LibriVox.org by Carolyn. Fit 7, Cito pede preterit aetas, a philosophical dissertation. Gillian's dead, God rest her bier, how I loved her many days syne. Marian's married, but I sit here, alive and merry at 60 year, dipping my nose in Gascoigne wine. Wamba's Song, Thackeray. A mellower light doth soul afford, his meridian glare has passed, and the trees on the broad and sloping sod their lengthening shadows cast. Time flies, the current will be no joke, if swollen by recent rain, to cross in the dark, so I'll have a smoke, and then I'll be off again. What's up, old horse? Your ears you prick, and your eager eyeballs glisten. 'Tis the wild dog's note in the tea-tree thick, by the river to which you listen. With head erect and tail flung out, for a gallop you seem to beg, but I feel the qualm of a chilling doubt as I glance at your favourite leg. Let the dingo rest, 'tis all for the best. In this world there's room enough for him and you and me and the rest, and the country is awful rough. We've had our gallop in days of yore, now down the hill we must run, yet at times we long for one gallop more, although it were only one. Did our spirits quail at a new fore-rail, could a double bank us, ere nerve and sinew began to fail in the consulship of Plancus, when our blood ran rapidly, and when our bones were pliant and limber, could we stand a merry cross-counter then, a slogging fall over timber? Arcades umbo doff us both in our best of days, alas! I tell the truth, though to tell it loth, this time we were gone to grass. The young leaves shoot, the sere leaves fall, and the old gives way to the new, while the preacher cries, "'Tis vanity all, and vexation of spirit too." Now over my head the vapours curl from the bowl of the scothing clay. In the misty forms that eddy and whirl, my thoughts are flitting away. Yes, the preacher's right, 'tis vanity all, but the sweeping rebuke he showers on vanities all may heaviest fall on vanities worse than ours. We have no wish to exaggerate the worth of the sports we prize. Some toil for their church, and some for their state, and some for their merchandise. Some traffic and trade in the city's mart, some travel by land and sea. Some follow science, some cleave to art, and some to scandal and tea. And some for their country and their queen would fight, if the chance they had. God sooth, 'twere a sorry world, I ween, if we all went galloping mad. Yet if once we efface the joys of the chase from the land and outroot the stud, goodbye to the Anglo-Saxon race, farewell to the Norman blood. Where the burn runs down to the uplands brown from the heights of the snow-clad range, what anodyne drawn from the stifling town can be reckoned a fair exchange? For the stalkers stride on the mountain side in the bracing northern weather to the slopes where couch in their antlered pride the deer on the perfumed heather. Oh, the vigour with which the air is rife, the spirit of joyous motion, the fever, the fullness of animal life, can be drained from no earthly potion. The lungs with the living gas grow light, and the limbs feel the strength of 10, while the chest expands with its maddening might, God's glorious oxygen. Thus the measured stroke on elastic sod of the steed 3 parts extended, hard held the breath of his nostrils broad with the golden ether blended. Then the leap, the rise from the springy turf, the rush through the buoyant air, and the light shock landing, the veriest surf, is an emperor then and there. Such sense, sensation, and sound and sight to some undiscovered shore, on the current of time's remorseless flight, have they swept to return no more, while, like phantoms bright of the fevered night that have vexed our slumbers of yore, you follow us still in your ghostly might, dead days that have gone before. Vain dreams again and again retold must you crowd on the weary brain, till the fingers are cold that entwined of old round foil and trigger and rein, till stayed for aye are the roving feet, till the restless hands are quiet, till the stubborn heart has forgotten to beat, till the hot blood has ceased to riot. In extra hall the saint may chide, the sinner may scoff outright, the bacchanal steeped in the flagon's tide, or the sensual sybarite, but Nolan's name will flourish in fame when our galloping days are past, when we go to the place from whence we came, perchance to find rest at last. Thy riddles grow dark, O drifting cloud, and thy misty shapes grow drear. Thou hang'st in the air like a shadowy shroud, but I am of lighter cheer. Though our future lot is a sable blot, though the wise ones of earth will blame us, though our saddles will rot and our rides be forgot, dum vivimus vivamus. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Ye weary wayfarer, his ballad in 8 fits, Fit 8 by Adam Lindsay Gordon, read for LibriVox.org by Carolyn. Fit 8. Finis exoptatus. A metaphysical song. There's something in this world amiss, shall be unriddled by and by. Tennyson. Boot and saddle, see the slanting rays begin to fall, flinging lights and colours flaunting through the shadows tall. Onward, onward must we travel, when will come the goal? Riddle I may not unravel, cease to vex my soul. Harshly break those peals of laughter from the jays aloft. Can we guess what they cry after? We have heard them oft. Perhaps some strain of rude thanksgiving mingles in their song. Are they glad that they are living? Are they right or wrong? Right, 'tis joy that makes them call so. Why should they be sad? Certes, we are living also. Shall not we be glad? Onward, onward must we travel. Is the goal more near? Riddle we may not unravel. Why so dark and drear? Yon small bird, his hymn outpouring on the branch close by, recks not for the kestrel soaring in the nether sky. Though the hawk with wings extended poises overhead, motionless as though suspended by a viewless thread. See, he stoops, nay, shooting forward with the arrow's flight, swift and straightaway to norward sails he out of sight. Onward, onward thus we travel, comes the goal more nigh. Riddle we may not unravel, who shall make reply? Ha, friend Ephraim, saint or sinner, tell me if you can, though we may not judge the inner by the outer man, yet by girth of broadcloth ample, and by cheeks that shine, surely you set no example in the fasting line. Could you, like yon bird discovering fate as close at hand as the kestrel o'er him hovering, still as he did stand, trusting grandly, singing gaily, confident and calm, not one false note in your daily hymn or weekly psalm? Oft your oily tones are heard in chapel where you preach. 'Tis the everlasting burden of the tale you teach. We are damned, our sins are deadly, you alone are healed. 'Twas not thus their gospel readily saints and martyrs sealed. You had seemed more like a martyr than you seem to us. to the beasts that caught a Tartar once at Ephesus, rather than the stout apostle of the Gentiles who, pagan-like, could cough and wrestle, they'd have chosen you. Yet I ween on such occasion your dissenting voice would have been in mild persuasion raised against their choice. Man of peace and man of merit, pompous, wise, and grave, Ephraim, is it flesh or spirit you strive most to save? Vain is half his care and caution o'er the earthly shell. We can neither baffle nor shun dark-plumed Azrael. Onward, onward, still we wander, nearer draws the goal. Half the riddles read we ponder, vainly on the whole. Eastward in the pink horizon, fleecy hillocks shame. 'Tis dim-range, dull earth that lies on, tinged with a rosy flame. Westward, as a stricken giant, stoops his bloody crest, and though vanquished, frowns defiant, sinks the sun to rest. Distant yet approaching quickly from the shades that lurk, like a black pall gathers thickly night when none may work. Soon our restless occupation shall have ceased to be. Units in God's vast creation, ciphers, what are we? Onward, onward, O faint-hearted, nearer and more near, has the goal drawn since we started, be of better cheer. Preacher, all forbearance ask, for all are worthless found. Man must I take man to task for faults while earth goes round. On this dank soil thistles muster, thorns are broadcast sown. Seek not figs where thistles cluster, grapes where thorns have grown. Sun and rain and dew from heaven, light and shade and air, heat and moisture freely given, thorns and thistles share. Vegetation rank and rotten feels the cheering ray, not uncared for, unforgotten, we too have our day. Unforgotten though we cumber earth, we work his will. Shall we sleep through night's long slumber, unforgotten still? Onward, onward, toiling ever, weary steps and slow, doubting oft, despairing never, to the goal we go. Hark, the bolts on distant cattle waft across the range. Through the golden-tufted wattle, music low and strange. Like the marriage peal of fairies comes the tinkling sound, or like the chimes of sweet St. Mary's on the far English ground. How my cursor champs the snaffle, and with nostrils spread, snorts and scarcely seems to ruffle fern leaves with his tread. Cool and pleasant on his haunches blows the evening breeze through the overhanging branches of the wattle trees. Onward to the southern ocean glides the breath of spring. Onward with a dreary motion I too glide and sing. Forward, forward, still we wander, tinted hills that lie. In the red horizon yonder is the goal so nigh. Whisper, spring wind, softly singing, whisper in my ear, respite and nepenthe bringing, can the goal be near? Laden with the dew of vespers from the fragrant sky, in my ear the wind that whispers, seems to make reply. Question not, but live and labour till yon goal be won, helping every feeble neighbour, seeking help from none. Life is mostly froth and bubble, two things stand like stone, kindness in another's trouble, courage in your own. Courage, comrades, this is certain, all is for the best. There are lights behind the curtain, gentiles, let us rest. As the smoke rack veers to seaward from the ancient clay, with its moral drifting leeward, ends the wondrous lie. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Borrowed Plumes by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Rick of Las Vegas, Nevada. A Preface and a Piracy. Prologue. Of borrowed plumes I take the sin. My extracts will apply to some few silly songs which in these pages scattered lie. The words are Edgar Allan Poe's, as any man may see, but what a poet wrote in prose shall make blank verse for me. These trifles are collected and republished chiefly with a view to their redemption from the many improvements to which they have been subjected while going at random the rounds of the press. I am naturally anxious that what I have written should circulate as I wrote it, if it circulate at all. In defense of my own taste, nevertheless, it is incumbent upon me to say that I think nothing in this volume of much value to the public or very creditable to myself. E.A.P. See Preface to Poe's Poetical Works. Epilogue. And now that my theft stands detected, the first of my extracts may call to some of the rhymes here collected, your notice, the second to all. Ah, friend, you may shake your head sadly, yet this much you'll say for my verse. I've written of old something badly, but written anew something worse. Pastor Cume, translation from Horace. When he, that shepherd false, 'neath Phrygian sails, carried his hostess Helen o'er the seas, in fitful slumber Nereus hushed the gales, that he might sing their future destinies. A curse to your ancestral home you take with her, whom Greece, with many a soldier bold, shall seek again in concert sworn to break your nuptial ties and Priam's kingdom old. Alas, what sweat from man and horse must flow, what devastation to the Trojan realm you carry, even now doth Pallas show her wrath preparing buckler, car, and helm. In vain, secure in Aphrodite's care, you comb your locks and on the girlish lyre select the strains most pleasant to the fair. In vain, on couch reclining, you desire to shun the darts that threaten and the thrust of Cretan lance, the battle's wild turmoil. And Ajax swift to follow in the dust, condemned, though late, your wanton curls to soil. Ah, see you not where, fatal to your race, Laertes' son comes with the Pylian sage, fearless alike with Teucer joins the chase, Sthenelus skilled the fistic strife to wage, nor less expert the fiery steeds to quell, and Marianus you must know. Behold a warrior than his sire more fierce and fell. To find you rages, Diomed the bold, whom like the stag that, far across the vale, the wolf being seen no herbage can allure, so fly you, panting sorely, dastard pale. Not thus you boasted to your paramour. Achilles' anger for a space defers, the day of wrath to Troy and Trojan dame. Inevitable glide the allotted years, and Dardan roofs must waste in Argive flame. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Legend of Madrid by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Performed for LibriVox.org by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in October 2015. Francesca. Crushed and thronged are all the places in our amphitheatre. Amidst a sea of swarming faces, I can yet distinguish her. Dost thou triumph, dark-browed Nina? Is my secret known to thee? On the sands of yon arena I shall yet my vengeance see. Now through portals fast careering, picadors are disappearing. Now the barriers nimbly clearing has the hindmost chulo flown. Clots of dusky crimson streaking, brindled flanks and haunches reeking, wheels the wild bull, vengeance seeking on the matador alone. Features by sombreros shaded, pale and passionless and cold, doublet richly laced and braided, trunks of velvet slashed with gold. Blood-red scarf and bare Toledo, mask more subtle and disguise far less shallow thou dost need, O traitor, to deceive my eyes. Shouts of noisy acclamation, breathing savage expectation, greet him while he takes his station leisurely, disdaining haste. Now he doffs his tall sombrero. Fools applaud your butcher hero, ye would idolize a Nero, pandering to public taste. From the restless Guadalquivir to my sire's estates he came, wooed and won me. How I shiver, though my temples burn with shame. I, a proud and high-born lady, daughter of an ancient race, 'neath the vine and olive shade I yielded to a churl's embrace. To a churl my vows were plighted, well my madness he requited, since by priestly ties united to the muleteer's child. And my prayers are wafted o'er him, that the bull may crush and gore him, since the love that once I bore him has been changed to hatred wild. Nina. Save him, aid him, O Madonna. 2 are slain if he is slain. Shield his life and guard his honor. Let me not entreat in vain. Sullenly the brindled savage tears and tosses up the sand. Horns that rend and hoofs that ravage, how shall man your shock withstand? On the shaggy neck and head lie frothy flakes, the eyeballs redly flash, the horns so sharp and deadly, lower, short, and strong, and straight, fast and furious, and fearless, now he charges. Virgin peerless, lifting lids all dry and tearless, at thy throne I supplicate. Francesca. Cool and calm, the perjured varlet stands on strongly planted heel, in his left a strip of scarlet, in his right a streak of steel. Ah, the monster topples over till his haunches strike the plain. Low-born clown and lying lover, thou hast conquered once again. Nina. Sweet Madonna, maiden mother, thou hast saved him and no other. Now the tears I cannot smother, tears of joy my vision blind. Where thou sittest I am gazing, these glad misty eyes upraising. I have prayed and I am praising, bless thee, Virgin kind. Francesca. While the crowd still sways and surges, ere the applauding shouts have ceased, see, the second bull emerges. 'Tis the famed Cordovan beast. By the picador ungoaded, scatheless of the chulo's dart, slay him, and with guerdon loaded and with honors crowned depart. No vain brutish strife he wages, never uselessly he rages, and his cunning as he ages with his hatred seems to grow. Though he stands amid the cheering, sluggish to the eye appearing, few will venture on the spearing of so resolute a foe. Nina. Courage, there is little danger. Yonder dull-eyed craven seems fitter far for stall and manger than for scarf and blade that gleams. Shorter and of frame less massive than his comrade lying low. Tame and cowardly and passive, he will prove a feebler foe. I have done with doubt and anguish. Fears like dews in sunshine languish. Courage, husband, we shall vanquish. Thou art calm, and so am I. For the rush he has not waited. On he strides with step elated, and the steel with blood unsated leaps to end the butchery. Francesca. Tyro! Mark the brands of battle on those shoulders dusk and dun. Such as he is, are the cattle skilled toreadors gladly shun. Warier than the Andalusian, swifter far, though not so large. Think'st thou, to his own confusion, he, like him, will blindly charge? Inch by inch the brute advances, stealthy yet vindictive glances, horns as straight as levelled lances, crouching withers, stooping haunches, closer yet, until the tightening strains of rapt excitement heightening grows oppressive. Ha! Like lightning on his enemy he launches. Nina. O'er the horned front drops the streamer. In the nape the sharp steel hisses, glances, grazes. Christ Redeemer! By a hair the spine he misses. Francesca. Hark! That shock like muffled thunder booming from the Pyrenees. Both are down. The man is under. Now he struggles to his knees. Now he sinks. His features leaden, sharpen rigidly, and deaden. Sands beneath him soak and redden, skies above him spin and veer. Through the doublet torn and riven, where the stunted horn was driven, wells the life-blood. We are even, daughter of the muleteer. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Falconshaw by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Michelle McFarland. April 2016. Hong Kong. To fetch clear water out of the spring, the little maid Margaret ran. From the stream to the castle's western wing it was but a bow-shot span. On the sedgy brink, where the osiers cling, lay a dead man, pallid and wan. The Lady Mabel rose from her bed and walked in the castle hall, where the porch through the western turret led. She met with her handmaid small. "What aileth thee, Margaret?" the lady said. "Hast let thy pitcher fall? Say, what hast thou seen by the streamlet's side? A nymph or a water sprite? That thou comest with eyes so wild and wide, and with cheeks so ghostly white?" "Nor nymph nor sprite," the maiden cried, "but the corpse of a slaughtered knight." The Lady Mabel summoned straight to her presence Sir Hugh de Vere. Of the guests who tarried within the gate of Falconshaw, most dear was he to that lady. Betrothed in state they had been since many a year. "Little Margaret saith a dead man lies by the western spring, Sir Hugh. I can scarce believe that the maiden lies, yet scarce can believe her true." And the knight replies, "Till we test her eyes, let her words gain credence due." Down the rocky path knight and lady led, while guests and retainers bold followed in haste, for like wildfire spread the news by the maiden told. They found 'twas even as she had said, the corpse had some while been cold. How the spirit had passed in the moment's last, there was little trace to reveal. On the still calm face lay no imprint ghast, save the angel's solemn seal. Yet the hands were clenched in a death grip fast, and the sod stamped down by the heel. Sir Hugh by the side of the dead man knelt, said, "Full well these features I know, we have faced each other where blows were dealt, and he was a stalwart foe. I had rather have met him hilt to hilt than have found him lying low." He turned the body up on its face, and never a word was spoken, while he ripped the doublet and tore the lace, and tugged by the selfsame token, and strained till he wrenched it out of its place, the dagger blade that was broken. Then he turned the body over again, and said, while he rose upright, "May the brand of Cain with its withering stain on the murderer's forehead light, for he never was slain on the open plain, nor yet in the open fight." Solemn and stern were the words he spoke, and he looked at his lady's men, but his speech no answering echoes woke. All were silent there and then, till a clear cold voice the silence broke. Lady Mabel cried, "Amen." His glance met hers. The twain stood hushed, with the dead between them there. But the blood to her snowy temples rushed, till it tinged the roots of her hair, then paled, but a thin red streak still flushed in the midst of her forehead fair. 4 yeomen raised the corpse from the ground, at a sign from Sir Hugh de Vere. It was borne to the western turret round, and laid on a nightly bier, with never a sob, nor a morning sound. No friend to the dead was near. Yet that night was neither revel nor dance in the halls of Falkenshaw. Men looked askance with a doubtful glance at Sir Hugh, for they stood in awe his prowess, but he, like one in a trance, regarded naught that he saw. Night black and chill, wind gathering still, with its wail in the turret tall, and its headlong blast like a catapult cast on the crest of the outer wall, and its hail and rain on the crashing pane, till the glassy splinters fall. A moody night by the fitful light of the great hall fire below, a corpse upstairs, and a woman at prayers. Will they profit her, aye or no? By a lady fain, and she comfort gain, there is comfort for us also. The guests were gone, save Sir Hugh alone, and he watched the gleams that broke on the pale hearthstone, and flickered and shone on the panels of polished oak. He was ware of no presence except his own, till the voice of young Margaret spoke. "I've risen, Sir Hugh, at the murk midnight. I cannot sleep in my bed. Now, unless my tale can be told aright, I wot it were best unsaid. It lies, the blood of yon northern night, on my lady's hand and head. Oh, the wild wind raves and rushes along, but thy ravings seem more wild. She never could do so foul a wrong. Yet I blame thee not, my child, for the fevered dreams on thy rest that throng." He frowned, though his speech was mild. "Let storm winds eddy and scream and hurl their wrath, they disturb me naught. The daughter she of a high-born earl, no secret of hers I've sought. I am but the child of a peasant churl, yet look to the proofs I've brought. This dagger snapped so close to the hilt, dost remember thy token well? Will it match with the broken blade that spilt his life in the western dell? Nay, read her handwriting, and thou wilt, from her paramour's breast it fell." The knight in silence the letter read. Oh, the characters well he knew, and his face might have matched the face of the dead, so ashen white was its hue. Then he tore the parchment shred by shred, and the strips in the flames he threw. And he muttered, "Densely those shadows fall in the copse where the alders thicken. There she bade him come to her once for all. Now I well may shudder and sicken. Gramercy, that hand so white and small, how strongly it must have stricken. At midnight hour, in the western tower, alone with the dead man there, Lady Mabel kneels, nor heeds nor feels the shock of the rushing air, though the gusts that pass through the riven glass have scattered her raven hair. Across the floor, through the opening door, where standeth a stately knight, the lamplight streams and flickers and gleams on his features stern and white. 'Tis Sir Hugh de Vere, and he cometh more near, and the lady standeth upright. "'Tis little," he said, "that I know or care of the guilt, if guilt there be, that lies twixt thee and yon dead man there, nor matters it now to me. I thought thee pure, thou art only fair, and tomorrow I cross the sea. He perished, I ask not why or how, I come to recall my troth. Take back, my lady, thy broken vow, give back my allegiance oath. Let the past be buried between us now for ever, 'tis best for both." Yet, Mabel, I could ask, dost thou dare lay hand on that corpse's heart, and call on thy Maker, and boldly swear that thou hadst in his death no part? I ask not, while 80 proofs I share with one doubt, uncondemned thou art. Oh, cold and bleak upon Mabel's cheek came the blast of the storm wind keen, and her tresses black as the glossy back of the raven glanced between her fingers slight, like the ivory white, as she parted their sable sheen. Yet with steady lip, and with fearless eye, and with cheek like the flush of dawn, unflinchingly she spoke in reply. "Go hence with the break of morn. I will neither confess nor yet deny. I will return thee scorn for scorn." The knight bowed low as he turned to go. He travelled by land and sea. But naught of his future fate I know, and naught of his fair lady. My story is told as, long ago, my story was told to me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Rippling Water by Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Gabi. Rippling Water. The maiden sat by the riverside, the rippling water murmurs by, and sadly into the clear blue tide the salt tear fell from her clear blue eye. "'Tis fixed for better, for worse," she cried, "and tomorrow the bridegroom claims the bride. Oh, wealth and power and rank and pride can surely peace and happiness buy. I was merry, nathless, in my girlhood's hours, mid the waving grass when the bright sun shone. Shall I be as merry in Marmaduke's towers?" The rippling water murmurs on. Stephen works for his daily bread, the rippling water murmurs low. Through the crazy thatch that covers his head, the raindrops fall and the wind gusts blow. "I'll mend the old roof tree," so he said, "and repair the cottage when we are wed." And my pulses throbbed and my cheek grew red when he kissed me, that was long ago. Stephen and I, should we meet again, not as we've met in days that are gone, will my pulses throb with pleasure or pain? The rippling water murmurs on. Old Giles, the gardener, stroked my curls, the rippling water murmurs past. Quoth he, "In laces and silks and pearls my child will see her reflection cast. Now I trust in my heart that your Lord will be kinder to you than he was to me. When I lay in the gaol, and my children 3 with their sickly mother kept bitter fast, with Marmaduke now my will is law. Marmaduke's will may be law anon, Does the sheath of velvet cover the claw? The rippling water murmurs on. Dame Martha patted me on the cheek. The rippling water murmurs low, saying, "There are words that I fain would speak. Perhaps they were best unspoken, though. I can't persuade you to change your mind, and useless warnings are scarcely kind. And I may be foolish as well as blind, but take my blessing whether or no. Dame Martha's wise, though her hair is white. Her sense is good, though her sight is gone. Can she really be gifted with second sight?" The rippling water murmurs on. Brine of Hawksmead came to our cut. The rippling water murmurs by, scattered the sods of our garden plot, riding his roan horse recklessly. Trinket and token and tress of hair, he flung them down at the doorstep there, said, "Elsie, ask your lord if you dare, who gave him the blow as well as the lie." That evening I mentioned Brine's name, and Marmaduke's face grew white and wan. Am I pledged to one of a spirit so tame? The rippling water murmurs on. Brine is headstrong, rash, and vain. The rippling water murmurs still. Stephen is somewhat duller of brain, slower of speech and milder of will. Stephen must toil a living to gain, plough and harrow and gather the grain. Brine has little enough to maintain the station in life which he needs must fill. Both are fearless and kind and frank, but we can't win all gifts under the sun. What have I won save riches and rank? The rippling water murmurs on. Riches and rank, and what beside? The rippling water murmurs yet. The mansion is stately, the manor is wide. Their lord for a while may pamper and pet. Liveried lackeys may jeer aside, though the peasant girl is their master's bride. At her shyness, mingled with awkward pride, 'twere folly for trifles like these to fret. But the love of one that I cannot love, will it last when the gloss of his toy is gone? Is there naught beyond, below, or above? The rippling water murmurs on. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Cui Bono by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Diana Schmidt. O wind that whistles o'er thorns and thistles of this fruitful earth like a goblin elf, why should he labor to help his neighbor who feels too reckless to help himself? The wail of the breeze in the bending trees is something between a laugh and a groan, and the hollow roar of the surf on the shore is a dull discordant monotone. I wish I could guess what sense they express. There's a meaning, doubtless, in every sound, yet no one can tell, and it may be as well. Whom would it profit? The world goes round. On this earth so rough, we know quite enough, and I sometimes fancy a little too much. The sage may be wiser than clown or than Kaiser. Is he more to be envied for being such? Neither more nor less, in his idleness, the sage is doomed to vexation sure. The Kaiser may rule, but the slippery stool that he calls his throne is no sinecure. And as for the clown, you may give him a crown, maybe he'll thank you, and maybe not. And before you can wink, he may spend it in drink. To whom does it profit? We ripe and rot. Yet under the sun much work is done, by clown and Kaiser, by serf and sage. All sow and some reap, and few gather the heap of the garnered grain of a bygone age. By sea or by soil man is bound to toil, and the dreamer, waiting for time and tide, for a while may shirk his share of the work. but he grows with his dream dissatisfied. He may climb to the edge of the beetling ledge, where the loose crag topples and well-nigh reels 'neath the lashing gale, but the tonic will fail. What does it profit? Wheels within wheels. Aye, work we must, or with idlers rust, and eat we must our bodies to nurse. Some folk grow fatter, what does it matter? I'm blessed if I do. Quite the reverse. 'Tis a weary round to which we are bound, the same thing over and over again. Much toil and trouble, and a glittering bubble that rises and bursts is the best we gain. And we murmur, and yet 'tis certain we get what good we deserve. Can we hope for more? They are roaring, those waves, in their echoing caves. To whom do they profit? Let them roar! End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Bellona by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Diana Schmidt. Thou art molded in marble impassive, false goddess, fair statue of strife, yet standest on pedestal massive, a symbol and token of life. Thou art still, not with stillness of languor, and calm, not with calm boding rest. For thine is all wrath and all anger that throbs far and near in the breast of man by the presence possessed. With the brow of a fallen archangel, the lips of a beautiful fiend, and locks that are snake-like to strangle, and eyes from whose depths may be gleaned the presence of passions that tremble unbidden, yet shine as they may through features too proud to dissemble, too cold and too calm to betray their secrets to creatures of clay. Thy breath stirreth faction and party. Men rise, and no voice can avail to stay them. Rose-tinted Astarte herself at thy presence turns pale. For deeper and richer the crimson that gathers behind thee throws forth a halo thy raiment and limbs on, and leaves a red track in the path that flows from thy winepress of wrath. For behind thee red rivulets trickle, men fall by thy hands swift and lithe. As corn falleth down to the sickle, as grass falleth down to the scythe, thine arm, strong and cruel and shapely, lifts high the sharp, pitiless lance, and rapine and ruin and rape lie around thee. The Furies advance, and Ares awakes from his trance. We too, with our bodies thus weakly, with hearts hard and dangerous, thus we owe thee. The saints suffered meekly their wrongs. It is not so with us. Some share of thy strength thou hast given to mortals, refusing in vain thine aid. We have suffered and striven till we have grown reckless of pain, though feeble of heart and of brain. Fair spirit, alluring if wicked, false deity, terribly real, our senses are trapped, our souls tricked, by thee and thy hollow ideal. The soldier who falls in his harness, and strikes his last stroke with slack hand, on his dead face thy wrath and thy scorn is imprinted. Oh, seeks he a land where he shall escape thy command, when the blood of thy victims lies red on that stricken field, fiercest and last, in the sunset that gilds Armageddon, with battle drift still overcast. When the smoke of thy hot conflagrations o'ershadows the earth as with wings, where nations have fought against nations, and kings have encountered with kings, when cometh the end of all things, then those who have patiently waited, and borne unresisting the pain of thy vengeance, unglutted, unsated, shall they be rewarded again? Then those who, enticed by thy laurels, or urged by thy promptings unblessed, have striven and stricken in quarrels, shall they too find pardon and rest? We know not, yet hope for the best. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Song of the Surf by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Amanda Tico. White steeds of ocean that leap with a hollow and wearisome roar on the bar of iron stones steep, not a fathom's length from the shore. Is there never a seer, nor sophist, can interpret your wild refrain? When speech, the harshest and roughest, is seldom studied in vain? My ears are constantly smitten by that dreary monotone. And a hieroglyphic 'tis written, 'tis spoken in a tongue unknown. Gathering, growing, and swelling, and surging, and shivering, say, what is the tale you are telling? What is the drift of your lay? You come, and your crests are hoary with the foam of your countless years. You break with a rainbow of glory through the spray of your glittering tears. Is your song a song of gladness, a paean of joyous might, or a wail of discordant sadness for the wrongs you never can right? For the empty seat of the ingle, for children reft of their sire, for the bride sitting sad and single and pale by the flickering fire, for your ravenous pools of suction, for your shattering billow swell, for your ceaseless work of destruction, for your hunger insatiable? Not far from this very place, on the sand and the shingle dry, he lay with his battered face upturned to the frowning sky. When your waters washed and swilled high over his drowning head, when his nostrils and lungs were filled, when his feet and hands were as lead, when against the rock he was hurled and sucked again to the sea, on the shores of another world, on the brink of eternity, on the verge of annihilation, did it come to that swimmer strong, the sudden interpretation of your mystical weird-like song? Mortal, that which thou askest, ask not thou of the waves. Fool, thou foolishly taskest us. We are only slaves. Might, more mighty impels us. We must our lot fulfill. He who gathers and swells us curbs us too, at his will. Thinkest thou the wave that shatters questioneth his decree? Little to us matters, and naught it matters to thee. Not thus, murmuring idly, we from our duty would swerve. Over the world spread widely, ever we labor and serve. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Whisperings in Wattle Boughs by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Michelle McFarland. March 2016, Hong Kong. Oh, gaily sings the bird, and the wattle boughs are stirred and rustled by the scented breath of spring. Oh, the dreary, wistful longing. Oh, the faces that are thronging. Oh, the voices that are vaguely whispering. Oh, tell me, father mine, ere the good ship crossed the brine, on the gangway one mute hand grip we exchanged. Do you, past the grave, employ for your stubborn, reckless boy those petitions that in life were ne'er estranged? Oh, tell me, sister dear, parting word and parting tear never passed between us. Let me bear the blame. Are you living, girl, or dead? Bitter tears since then I've shed for the lips that lisped with mine a mother's name. Oh, tell me, ancient friend, ever ready to defend, in our boyhood at the base of life's long hill, are you waking yet, or sleeping? Have you left this vale of weeping, or do you, like your comrade, linger still? Oh, whisper, buried love, is there rest and peace above? There is little hope or comfort here below. On your sweet face lies the mould, and your bed is straight and cold, near the harbour where the sea tides ebb and flow. All silent, they are dumb, and the breezes go and come with an apathy that mocks at man's distress. Laugh, scoffer, while you may. I could bow me down and pray for an answer that might stay my bitterness. Oh, harshly screams the bird, and the wattle bloom is stirred. There's a sullen, weird-like whisper in the bough. I kneel and pray and weep, but his beloved sleep can never be disturbed by such as thou. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Confiter by Adam Lindsay Gordon, read for LibriVox.org by Anusha Iyer. The shore boat lies in the morning light, by the good ship ready for sailing. The skies are clear and the dawn is bright, though the bar of the bay is flecked with white, and the wind is fitfully wailing. Near the tiller stands the priest, and the knight leans over the quarter railing. There is time while the vessel tarries still. There is time while her shrouds are slack. There is time ere her sails to the west wind fill, ere her tail masts vanish from town and from hill, ere cleaves to her keel the track. There is time for confession to those who will, to those who may never come back. Sir priest, you can shrive these men of mine, and I pray you shrive them fast, and shrive those hardy sons of the brine, captain and mates of the eglantine, and sailors before the mast. Then pledge me a cup of the Cyprus wine, for I fain would bury the past. And hast thou not to repent, my son? Dost thou scorn confession and shrift? Ere thy sands from the glass of time shall run, is there naught undone that thou shouldest have done? Naught done that thou shouldest have left? The guiltiest soul may from guilt be won, and the stoniest heart may be cleft. Have my ears been closed to the prayer of the poor, or deaf to the cry of distress? Have I given little and taken more? Have I brought a curse to the widow's door? Have I wronged the fatherless? Have I steeped my fingers in guiltless gore, that I must perforce confess? Have thy steps been guided by purity through the paths with wickedness rife? Hast thou never smitten thine enemy? Hast thou yielded not to the lust of the eye, and not to the pride of life? Hast thou passed all snares of pleasure by? Hast thou shunned all wrath and strife? Nay, certes, a sinful life I've led, yet I've suffered and lived in hope. I may suffer still, but my hope has fled. I have nothing now to hope or to dread, and with fate I can fairly cope. Were the waters closing over my head, I should scarcely catch at a rope. Dost suffer? Thy pain may be fraught with grace, since never by works alone we are saved. The penitent thief may trace the wealth of love in the Saviour's face, to the Pharisee rarely shown, and the Magdalene's arms may yet embrace the foot of the jasper throne. Sir priest, a heavier doom I dree, for I feel no quickening pain, but a dull, dumb weight when I bow my knee. And not with the words of the Pharisee, my hard eyes heavenward strain, where my dead darling prayeth for me. Now I wot she prayeth in vain. Still I hear it over the battle's din, and over the festive cheer. So she prayed with clasped hands, white and thin, the prayer of a soul absolved from sin. For a soul that is dark and drear, for the light of repentance bursting in, and the flood of the blinding tear. Say, priest, when the saint must vainly plead, how shall the sinner fare? I hold your comfort a broken reed, let the withered branch for itself take heed. While the green shoots wait your care, I've striven, though feebly, to grasp your creed, and I've grappled my own despair. By the little within thee, good and brave, not wholly shattered, though shaken, by the soul that crieth beyond the grave, the love that he once in his mercy gave, in his mercy since retaken. I conjure thee, O sinner, pardon crave. I implore thee, O sleeper, waken. Go to! Shall I lay my black soul bare to a vain self-righteous man? In my sin, in my sorrow, you may not share. And yet could I meet with one who must bear the load of an equal ban, with him I might strive to blend one prayer, the wail of the publican. My son, I too am a withered bough. My place is to others given. Thou hast sinned, thou sayest. I ask not how, for I too have sinned, even as thou, and I too have feebly striven. And with thee I must bow, crying, Shrive us now, our Father, which art in heaven. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sunlight on the Sea by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Gabi. Sunlight on the Sea. The philosophy of a feast. Make merry, comrades, eat and drink. The sunlight flickers on the sea. The garlands gleam, the glasses clink, the grape juice mantles fair and free. The lamps are trimmed, although the light of day still lingers on the sky. We sit between the day and night and push the wine flask merrily. I see you feasting round me still, all gay of heart and strong of limb. Make merry, friends, your glasses fill, the lights are growing dim. I miss the voice of one I've heard. The sunlight sinks upon the sea. He sang as blithe as any bird, and shook the rafters with his glee. But times have changed with him, I wot, by fickle fortune crossed and flung. Far stouter heart than mine he's got, if now he sings as then he sung. Yet some must swim when others sink, and some must sink when others swim. Make merry, comrades, eat and drink, the lights are growing dim. I miss the face of one I've loved, the sunlight settles on the sea. Long since to distant climes he roved, he had his faults, and so have we. His name was mentioned here this day, and it was coupled with a sneer. I heard, nor had I aught to say, though once I held his memory dear. Who cares, mid wines and fruits and flowers, though death or danger compass him? He had his faults, and we have ours. The lights are growing dim. I miss the form of one I know. The sunlight wanes upon the sea. 'Tis not so very long ago we drank his health with 3 times 3. And we were gay when he was here, and he is gone, and we are gay. Where has he gone, or far or near? Good sooth, 'twere somewhat hard to say. You glance aside, you doubtless think my homily a foolish whim. 'Twill soon be ended, eat and drink, the lights are growing dim. The fruit is ripe, the wine is red, the sunlight fades upon the sea. To us the absent are the dead to us must absent be. We too the absent ranks must join, and friends will censure and forget. This metal base in every coin, men vanish, leaving traces yet of evil and of good behind, since false notes taint the skylark's hymn, and dross still lurks in gold refined. The lights are growing dim. We eat and drink, or ever we die, the sunlight flushes on the sea. 300 soldiers feasted high, an hour before Thermopylae. Leonidas poured out the wine, and shouted ere he drained the cup, Ho, comrades, let us gaily dine, this night with Pluto we shall sup. And if they land upon a reed, and if the reed was slight and slim, there's something good in Spartan creed, the lights are growing dim. Make merry, comrades, eat and drink, the sunlight flashes on the sea. My spirit is rejoiced to think that even as they were, so are we. For they, like us, were mortals vain, the slaves to earthly passions wild, who slept with heaps of persons slain, for winding sheets around them piled. The dead man's deeds are living still, my festive speech is somewhat grim. They're good obliterates, they're ill, the lights are growing dim. We eat and drink, we come and go, the sunlight dies upon the open sea. I speak in riddles, is it so? My riddles need not mar your glee, for I will neither bid you share my thoughts, nor will I bid you shun. Though I should see in yonder chair the Egyptian's muffled skeleton. One toast with me your glasses fill, I fill them level with the brim, de mortuus nisi bonum nil, the lights are growing dim. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Delilah by Adam Lindsay Gordon, read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Delilah, from a picture. The sun has gone down, spreading wide on the skyline one ray of red fire. Prepare the soft cushions of Sidon, make ready the rich loom of Tyre. The day, with its toil and its sorrow, its shade and its sunshine, at length has ended. Dost fear for the morrow, strong man, in the pride of thy strength? Like fireflies, heavenward clinging, they multiply, star upon star, and the breeze a low murmur is bringing from the tents of my people afar. Nay, frown not, I am but a pagan, yet little for these things I care. 'Tis the hymn to our deity Dagon that comes with the pleasant night air. It shall not disturb thee, nor can it. See, closed are the curtains, the lights gleam down on the cloven pomegranate, whose thirst-slaking nectar invites. The red wine of Hebron glows brightly in yon goblet, the draught of a king, and through the silk awning steals lightly the sweet song my handmaidens sing. Dost think that thy God in his anger will trifle with nature's great laws, and slacken those sinews in languor that battled so well in his cause? Will he take back that strength he has given, because to the pleasures of youth thou yieldest? Nay, godlike in heaven, he laughs at such follies forsooth. Oh, were I, for good or for evil, as great and as gifted as thou, neither God should restrain me, nor devil, to none like a slave would I bow. If fate must indeed overtake thee, and feebleness come to thy clay, pause not till thy strength shall forsake thee, enjoy it the more in thy day. O forked tongue of Adder, by her pent in smooth lips, O Sybarite blind, O woman allied to the serpent, O beauty with venom combined, O might overcoming the mighty, O glory departing, O shame, O altar of false Aphrodite, what strength is consumed in thy flame! Strong chest, where her drapery rustles, strong limbs by her black tresses hid, not alone by the might of your muscles yon lion was rent like a kid. The valor from virtue that sunders is reft of its nobler part, and Lancelot's arm may work wonders, but braver is Galahad's heart. Sleep sound on that breast fair and ample, dull brain and dim eyes and deaf ears. Feel not the cold touch on your temple, heed not the faint clash of the shears. It comes, with the gleam of the lamps on the curtains, that voice, does it jar on thy soul in the night watch? Ho, Samson, upon thee the Philistines are. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
From Lightning and Tempest by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Isabel Thiel. The spring wind passed through the forest and whispered low in the leaves, and the cedar tossed her head and the oak stood firm in his pride. The spring wind passed through the town, through the housetops, casements, and eaves, and whispered low in the hearts of men, and the men replied, singing, "Let us rejoice in the light of our glory, and beauty, and might. Let us follow our own devices, and foster our own desires. As firm as our oaks in our pride, as our cedars fair in our sights, we stand like the trees of the forest, that brave the frost and the fires." And the storm went forth to the forest, the plague went forth to the town, and the men fell down to the plague, as the trees fell down to the gale, and their gloom was a ghastly parlour, and their smile was a ghastly frown, and the song of their heart was changed to a wild, disconsolate wail, crying, "God, we have sinned, we have sinned, we're bruised, we're shorn, we're thinned. Our strength is turned to derision, our pride laid low in the dust. Our cedars are cleft by thy lightnings, our oaks are shrewd by thy wind, and we fall on our faces, seeking thine aid, though thy wrath is just." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Wormwood and Nightshade by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Ryan Finch. The troubles of life are many, the pleasures of life are few. When we sat in the sunlight, Annie, I dreamt that the skies were blue. When we sat in the sunlight, Annie, I dreamt that the earth was green. There is little colour, if any, 'neath the sunlight now to be seen. Then the rays of the sunset glinted through the black wood's emerald bough, on an emerald sward rose-tinted, and spangled and gemmed, and now the rays of the sunset redden with a sullen and lurid frown, from the skies that are dark and leaden to earth that is dusk and brown. To right and to left extended, the uplands are blank and drear, and their neutral tints are blended with the dead leaves sombre and sere. The cold grey mist from the still side of the lake creeps sluggish and sure, bare and bleak is the hillside, barren and bleak the moor. Bright hues and shapes intertwisted, fair forms and rich colours, now they have flown if e'er they existed. It matters not why or how, it matters not where or when, dear, they have flown, the blue and the green. I thought on what might be then, dear, now I think on what might have been. What might have been, words of folly. What might be, speech for a fool. With mistletoe round me and holly, scarlet and green at Yule. With the elm in the place of the wattle, and in lieu of the gum the oak. Years back I believed a little, and as I believed I spoke. Have I done with those childish fancies? They suited the days gone by, when I pulled the poppies and pansies, when I hunted the butterfly. With one who has long been sleeping, a stranger to doubts and cares, and to sowing that ends in reaping, thistles and thorns and tares. What might be, the dreams were scattered, as chaff is tossed by the wind. The faith has been rudely shattered, that listened with credence blind. Things would have been, and therefore they were, and they are to be, and will be, we must prepare for, the doom we are bound to dree. Ah me, we believe in evil, where once we believed in good. The world, the flesh, and the devil are easily understood. The world, the flesh, and the devil, their traces on earth are plain. Must they always riot and revel, while footprints of man remain? Talk about better and wiser, wiser and worse are one. The sophist is the despiser of all things under the sun. Is nothing real but confusion? Is nothing certain but death? Is nothing fair save illusion? Is nothing good that has breath? Some sprite, malignant and elfish, seems present, whispering close. All motives of life are selfish, all instincts of life are gross. And the song that the poet fashions, and the lovebird's musical strain, are jumbles of animal passions, refined by animal pain. The restless throbbings and burnings that hope unsatisfied brings, the weary longings and yearnings for the mystical better things, are the sands on which is reflected the pitiless moving lake, where the wanderer falls dejected by a thirst he never can slake. A child blows bubbles that glitter, he snatches them, they disperse, yet childhood's folly is better, and manhood's folly is worse. Gilt baubles we grasp at blindly, would turn in our hands to dross. 'Tis a fate less cruel than kindly, denies the gain and the loss. And as one who pursues a shadow, as one who hunts in a dream, as the child who crosses the meadow, enticed by the rainbow's gleam, I, knowing the course was foolish, and guessing the goal was pain, stupid and stubborn and mulish, followed and follow again. The sun over Gideon halted, holding aloof the night, when Joshua's arm was exalted, yet never retraced his flight. Nor will he turn back, nor can he chases the future fast. The future is blank, O Annie, I fain would recall the past. There are others toiling and straining, 'neath burdens graver than mine. They are weary, yet uncomplaining. I know it, yet I repine. I know it, how time will ravage, how time will level, and yet I long with a longing savage, I regret with a fierce regret. You are no false ideal, something is left of you, present, perceptible, real, palpable, tangible, true. One shred of your broken necklace, one tress of your pale gold hair, and a heart so utterly reckless that the worst it would gladly dare. There is little pleasure, if any, in waking the past anew. My days and nights have been many, lost chances many I rue. My days and nights have been many, now I pray that they be few. When I think on the hillside, Annie, where I dreamt that the skies were blue. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ours Longer by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Michelle McFarland. March 2016, Hong Kong. A Song of Pilgrimage. Our hopes are wild imaginings, our schemes are airy castles, yet these on earth are lords and kings, and we their slaves and vassals. Your dream, forsooth, of buoyant youth, most ready to deceive is, but age will own the bitter truth. Ars longa, vita brevis. The hill of life with eager feet we climbed in merry morning, but on the downward track we meet the shades of twilight warning. The shadows gaunt, they fall aslant, and those who scaled Ben Nevis against the molehills toil and pant. Ars longa, vita brevis. The obstacles that barred our path we seldom quailed to dash on in youth, for youth one motto hath, the will the way must fashion. Those words, I wot, blood thick and hot, too ready to believe is, but thin and cold our blood hath got, ars longa, vita brevis. And art is long and life is short, and man is slow at learning, and yet by divers dealings taught, for divers follies yearning, he owns at last, with grief downcast, for man disposed to grieve is. One adage old stands true and fast, ars longa, vita brevis. We journey, manhood, youth and age, the matron and the maiden, like pilgrims on a pilgrimage, loins girded, heavy laden. Each pilgrim strong who joins our throng most eager to achieve is, foredoomed ere long to swell the song, ars longa, vita brevis. At morn, with staff and sandal shoon, we travel brisk and cheery, but some have laid them down ere noon, and all at eve are weary. The noontide glows with no repose, and bitter chill the eve is. The grasshopper a burden grows, ars longa, vita brevis. The staff is snapped, the sandal frayed, the flintstone galls and blisters. Our brothers' steps we cannot aid, ah me, nor aid our sisters. The pit prepares its hidden snares, the rock prepared to cleave is. We cry, in falling unawares, ars longa, vita brevis. O wisdom which we sought to win, O strength in which we trusted, O glory which we gloried in, O puppets we adjusted. On barren land our seed is sand, and torn the web we weave is. The bruised reed hath pierced the hand, ars longa, vita brevis. We too, Job's comforters, have met with steps like ours unsteady. They could not help themselves, and yet to judge us they were ready. Life's path is trod at last, and God more ready to reprieve is. They know who rest beneath the sod, mors gratum vita brevis. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Last Leap by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Anusha Iyer. All is over. Fleet career, dash of greyhound slipping thongs, flight of falcon, bound of deer, mad hoof thunder in our rear, cold air rushing up our lungs, din of many tongues. Once again, one struggle good, one vain effort, he must dwell near the shifted post that stood where the splinters of the wood, lying in the torn tracks, tell how he struck and fell. Crest where cold drops beaded cling, small ear drooping, nostril full, glazing to a scarlet ring, flanks and haunches quivering, sinews stiffening, void and null, dumb eyes sorrowful. Satin coat that seems to shine, duller now, black braided tress, that a softer hand than mine far away was wont to twine, that in meadows far from this softer lips might kiss. All is over, this is death, and I stand to watch thee die. Brave old horse, with bated breath, hardly drawn through tight clenched teeth, lip indented deep, but eye only dull and dry. Musing on the husk and chaff, gathered where life's tares are sown, thus I speak, and force a laugh, that is half a sneer and half an involuntary groan, in a stifled tone. Rest, old friend. Thy day, though rife with its toil, hath ended soon. We have had our share of strife, tumblers in the mask of life, in the pantomime of noon, clown and pantaloon. With the flash that ends thy pain, respite in oblivion blest, come to greet thee. I in vain fall. I rise to fall again. Thou hast fallen to thy rest, and thy fall is best. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Quare fatigasti by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Anusha Iyer. 2 years ago I was thinking on the changes that years bring forth. Now I stand where I then stood, drinking the gust and the salt sea froth, and the shuddering wave strikes, linking with the waves subsiding and sinking, and clots the coast herbage, shrinking with the hue of the white cerecloth. Is there aught worth losing or keeping? The bitters or sweets men quaff, the sowing or the doubtful reaping, the harvest of grain or chaff, or squandering days or heaping, or waking seasons or sleeping, the laughter that dries the weeping, or the weeping that drowns the laugh? For joys wax dim and woes deaden, we forget the sorrowful biers, and the garlands glad that have fled in the merciful march of years, and the sunny skies and the leaden, and the faces that pale or redden, and the smiles that lovers are wed in, who are born and buried in tears. And the myrtle bloom turns hoary, and the blush of the rose decays, and sodden with sweat and gory are the hard-won laurels and bays. We are neither joyous nor sorry, when time has ended our story, and blotted out grief and glory, and pain and pleasure and praise. Weigh justly, throw good and bad in the scales. Will the balance veer with the joys or the sorrows had in the sum of a life's career? In the end, spite of dreams that sadden the sad or the sanguine madden, there is nothing to grieve or gladden, there is nothing to hope or fear. Thou hast gone astray, quoth the preacher, in the gall of thy bitterness. Thou hast taught me in vain, O teacher. I neither blame thee nor bless. If bitter is sure and sweet sure, these vanish with form and feature. Can the creature fathom the creature, whose creator is fathomless? Is this dry land shore? Is the sea shore? Is there aught that shall long remain, pain or peril or pleasure, pleasure or peril or pain? Shall we labor or take our leisure? And who shall inherit treasure, if the measure with which we measure is meted to us again? I am slow in learning and swift in forgetting, and I have grown so weary with long sand sifting. Towards the mist where the breakers moan, the rudderless bark is drifting, through the shoals and the quicksands shifting. In the end shall the night rack lifting discover the shores unknown? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Hippodromania, or Whiffs from the Pipe, Part 1, by Adam Lindsay Gordon, read for LibriVox.org by Carolyn. Hippodromania, or Whiffs from the Pipe, in 5 parts. Part 1, Visions in the Smoke. Rest and be thankful, on the verge of the tall cliff rugged and grey, but whose granite base the breakers surge and shiver their frothy spray. Outstretched I gaze on the eddying wreath that gathers and flits away, with the surf beneath and between my teeth the stem of the ancient clay. With the anodyne cloud on my listless eyes, with its spell on my dreamy brain, as I watch the circling vapours rise from the brown bowl up to the sullen skies, my vision becomes more plain, till a grim kaleidoscope succeeds, through the smoke rack drifting and veering, like ghostly riders on phantom steeds, to a shadowy goal careering. In their own generation the wise may sneer, they hold our sports in derision, perchance to sophist or sage or seer were allotted a graver vision. Yet if man of all the Creator planned, his noblest work is reckoned, of the works of his hand by sea or by land, the horse may at least rank second. Did they quail, those steeds of the squadron's light? Did they flinch from the battle's roar when they burst on the guns of the Muscovite by the echoing Black Sea shore? On to the cannon's mouth they stride, with never a swerve nor a shy. On! Oh, the minutes of yonder maddening ride, long years of pleasure outvie. No slave, but a comrade staunch in this, is the horse, for he takes his share, not in peril alone, but in feverish bliss, and in longing to do and dare. Where bullets whistle and round shot whiz, hoofs trample, and blades flash bare, God sent me an ending as fair as his, who died in his stirrups there. The wind has slumbered throughout the day, now a fitful gust springs over the bay. My wandering thoughts no longer stray, I'll fix my overcoat buttons, secure my old hat as best I may, and a shocking bad one it is, by the way. Blow a denser cloud from my stunted clay, and then, friend Belle, as the Frenchmen say, we'll go back again to our muttons. There's a lull in the tumult on yonder hill, and the clamour has grown less loud, though the babel of tongues is never still with the presence of such a crowd. The bell has rung, with their riders up, at the starting post they muster, the racers stripped for the Melbourne Cup, all gloss and polish and lustre. And the course is seen, with its emerald sheen, by the bright springtide renewed, like a ribbon of green stretched out between the ranks of the multitude. The flag is lowered, they're off, they come, the squadron is sweeping on, a sway in the crowd, a murmuring hum, they're here, they're past, they're gone. They came with the rush of the southern surf on the bar of the storm-girt bay, and like muffled drums on the sounding turf, their hoof strokes echo away. The rose and black draws clear of the rock, and the murmur swells to a roar, as the brave old colours that never were struck are seen with the lead once more. Though the feathery ferns and grasses wave o'er the sod where lantern sleeps, though the turf is green on fisherman's grave, the stable its prestige keeps. 6 lengths in front she scours along, she's bringing the field to trouble, she's tailing them off, she's running strong, she shakes her head and pulls double. Now minstrel falters and exile flags, the barb finds the pace too hot, and Tory boy loiters and playboy lags, and the bolt of Ben Bolt is shot. That she never may be caught this day is the worst that the public wish her. She won't be caught, she comes right away, hurrah for seagull and fisher. See, Strop falls back, though his reins are slack, Sultana begins to tire, and the top weight tells on the Sydney crack, and the pace on the Gippsland flyer. The rowels as round the turn they sweep, just graze Tim Whiffler's flanks, like the hunted deer that flies through the sheep, he strides through the beaten ranks. Daughter of Omen, prove your birth, the colt will take lots of choking. The hot breath streams at your saddle girth, from his scarlet nostril smoking. The shouts of the ring for a space subside, and slackens the bookmaker's roar. Now, Davis, really now, Carter, ride, as man never rode before. When Sparrow Hawk's backers cease to cheer, when Yattenden's friends are dumb, when hushed is the clamour for volunteer, alone in the race they come. Their neck and neck, their head and head, their stroke for stroke in the running. The whalebone whistles, the steel is red, no shirking is yet, nor shunning. One effort, seagull, the blood you boast, should struggle when nerves are strained. With a rush on the post by a neck at the most, the verdict for Tim is gained. Tim Whiffler wins. Is blot alone the sine qua non for a flyer? The breed of his dam is a myth unknown, and we've doubts respecting his sire. Yet few, if any, those proud names are on the pages of peerage or stud, in whose scutcheon lurks no sinister bar, no taint of the base black blood. Ay, Shorthouse, laugh, laugh loud and long, for pedigree you're a sticker. You may be right, I may be wrong, wiseacres both, let's liquor. Our common descent we may each recall to a lady of old caught tripping, the fair one in fig leaves who damned us all for a bite at a golden pippin. When first on this rocky ledge I lay, there was scarce a ripple in yonder bay. The air was serenely still, each column that sailed from my swarthy clay hung loitering long ere it passed away, though the skies wore a tinge of leaden grey and the atmosphere was chill. But the red sun sank to his evening shroud where the western billows are rolled, behind a curtain of sable cloud with a fringe of scarlet and gold. There's a misty glare in the yellow moon, and the drift is scudding fast. There'll be storm and rattle and tempest soon, when the heavens are overcast. The neutral tint of the sullen sea is flecked with the snowy foam, and the distant gale sighs drearily as the wanderer sighs for his home. The white sea-horses toss their manes on the bar of the southern reef, and the breakers moan, and, by Jove, it rains. I thought I should come to grief, though it can't well damage my shabby hat, though my coat looks best when it's damp. Since the shaking I got, no matter whereat, I've a mortal dread of the cramp. My matches are wet, my pipe's put out, and the wind blows colder and stronger. I'll be stiff and sore and sorry, no doubt, if I lie here any longer. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Hippodromania, or Whiffs from the Pipe, Part 2, by Adam Lindsay Gordon, read for LibriVox.org by Carolyn. Part 2. The Fields of Coleraine. On the fields of Coleraine there'll be labour in vain before the great western is ended. The nags will have toiled, and the silks will be soiled, and the rails will require to be mended. For the gullies are deep, and the uplands are steep, and mud will of pearls be the token, and the tough stringy bark that invites us to lark with impunity may not be broken. Though Ballads fast, and they say he can last, and that may be granted hereafter, yet the judge's decision to the border division will bring neither shouting nor laughter. And Blueskin, I've heard that he goes like a bird, and I'm told that to back him would pay me. He's a good bit of stuff, but not quite good enough. Non liquid credere fame. Alfred ought to be there, we all of us swear, by the blood of King Alfred his sire. He's not the real jam, by the blood of his dam, so I shan't put him down as a flyer. Now, Heinem, my boy, I wish you great joy. I know that when fresh you can jump, sir, but you'll scarce be in clover when you're ridden all over and punished from shoulder to rump, sir. Archer goes like a shot, they can put on their pot and boil it to cover expenses. Their pot will boil over the run of his Dover, he'll never earn over big fences. There's a horse in the race with a blaze on his face, and we know he can gallop a docker. He's proved himself stout, of his speed there's no doubt, and his jumping's according to Cocker. When Heinem's outstripped, and when Alfred is whipped, to keep him in sight of the leaders, while Blueskin runs true, but his backers look blue, for his rider's at work with the bleeders. When his carcass of beef brings the bullock to grief, and the rush of the tartan is ended, when Archer's in trouble, who's that pulling double, and taking his leaps unextended? He wins all the way, and the rest sweet, they say, is the smell of the newly turned plough, friend. But you smell it too close when it stops eyes and nose, and you can't tell your horse from your cow, friend. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Hippodromania, or Whiffs from the Pipe, Part 3, by Adam Lindsay Gordon, read for LibriVox.org by Carolyn. Part 3. Credat Judeus appella. Dear Belle, I enclose what you ask in a letter, a short rhyme at random, no more and no less, and you may insert it for want of a better, or leave it, it doesn't much matter, I guess. And as for a tip, why, there isn't much in it. I may hit the right nail, but first I declare I haven't a notion what's going to win it. The champion, I mean, and what's more, I don't care. Imprimis, there's Cowra, few necks can go quicker than she can, and Smith takes his oath she can fly, while Brown, Jones, and Robinson swear she's a sticker, but credat Judeus appella, say I. There's old Volunteer, I'd be sorry to sneer at his chance. He'll be there if he goes at the rate he went at last year, when a customer queer, Johnny Higgerson, fancied him locked in the straight. I've heard that the old horse has never been fitter. I've heard all performances past he'll outvie. He may gallop a docker and finish a splitter, but credat Judeus appella, say I. I know that they say, sir, the hook he can stay, sir, and stick to his work like a sleuth hound or a beagle. He stays with a hook, and he sticks in the clay, sir. I'd rather for choice pop my money on Seagull. I'm told that the Sydney division will rue, sir, their rashness in front of the stand when they spy. With a clear lead, the white jacket spotted with blue, sir. But credat Judeus appella, say I. Here's the barb. You may talk of your flyers and stayers, all bosh. When he strips you can see his eyes range round his rivals with much the same look as Tom Sayers once wore when he fancied the big novice Bill Range, like Stow at our hustings, confronting the hisses of roughs with his queer Mephistopheles' smile, like Baker or Baker's more wonderful misses, the terror of blacks at the source of the Nile, like Triton mid minnows, like hawk among chickens, like anything better than everything else, he stands at the post. Now they're off, the plot thickens. Quoth Stanley to Davis, how's your pulse? He skims o'er the smooth turf, he scuds through the mire, he waits with them, passes them, bids them good-bye. 2 miles and 3/4, cries Philgit, he'll tire. Oh, credat Judeus appella, say I. Lest my tale should come true, let me give you fair warning. You may shout some cheroots if you like, no champagne for this child. Oh, think of my head in the morning. Old chap, you don't get me on that lay again. The last time those games I looked likely to try on, says Bradshaw, you'll feel very sheepish and shy when you are hauled up and cautioned by Doggy and Learn. Oh, credat Judeus appella, say I. This writing bad verses is very fatiguing, the brain and the liver against it combine, and nerves with digestion in concert are leaguing to punish excess in the pen and ink line. Already I feel just as if I'd been rowing, hard all on a supper of onions and tripe, a thing I abhor, but my steam I've done blowing. I am, my dear Belle, yours truly, the pipe. P.S. Tell J.P. if he fancies a good one, that old chestnut pony of mine is for sale. N.B. His forelegs are uncommonly wooden. I fancy the near one's beginning to frail, and why shouldn't I do as Wen does oft, and swear that a cripple is sound on the Bible? Hold hard, though the man I allude to is soft, he's game to go in for an action of libel. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Hippodromania, or Whiffs from the Pipe, Part 4, by Adam Lindsay Gordon, read for LibriVox.org by Carolyn. Part 4, Banker's Dream. Of chases and courses dogs dream, so do horses. Last night I was dozing and dreaming. The crowd and the bustle were there, and the rustle of the silk in the autumn sky gleaming. The stand thronged with faces, the broadcloth and laces, the booths and the tents and the cars, the bookmaker's jargon for odds-making bargain, the nasty stale smell of cigars. We formed into line, 'neath the merry sunshine, near the logs at the end of the railing. "Are you ready, boys? Go!" cried the starter, and lo, sank the flag, and away we went sailing. In the van of the battle we heard the stones rattle, some slogging was done, but no slaughter. A shout from the stand, and the whole of our band skimmed merrily over the water. 2 fences we cleared, and the roadway we neared, when 3 of our troop came to trouble. Like a bird on the wing or a stone from a sling, flew Kadja first over the double. And Weston was there, head and tail in the air, and Pondon was there too. What noodle could so name a horse? I should feel some remorse if I gave such a name to a poodle. In and out of the lane, to the race course again. Craig's pony was first, I was third, and Ingleside lit in my tracks with the bit in his teeth and came up like a bird. In the van of the battle we heard the rails rattle. Says he, though I don't care for shunning my share of the raps, I shall look out for gaps when the light waits away with the running. At the fence just ahead, the outsider still led. The chestnut played follow my leader. Oh, the devil a gap! He went into it slap, and he and his jock took a header. Says Ingleside, mate, should the pony go straight, you've no time to stop or turn restive. Says I, who means to stop? I shall go till I drop. Says he, got it, old cuss, gay and festive. The fence stiff and tall, just beyond the log wall, we crossed, and the walls and the water. I took off too near a small made fence to clear, and just touched the grass with my snorter. At the next post and rail went Weston's bang tail, and down by the very same token to earth went his nose, for the panel he chose stood firm and refused to be broken. I dreamt someone said that the bay would have made the race safe if he'd stood a while longer. If he had, but like if, there the panel stands stiff, he stood, but the panel stood stronger. In and out of the road with a clear lead still showed, the violet fluted with amber. Says Johnson, old man, catch him now if you can, 'tis the second time round you'll remember. At the road once again, pulling hard on the rein, Craig's pony popped in and popped out. I followed like smoke, and the pace was no joke, for his friends were beginning to shout. And Ingleside came to my side, strong and game, and once he appeared to outstrip me, but I felt the steel gore, and I shot to the fore. Only Kadja seemed likely to whip me. In the van of the battle I heard the locks rattle, his stroke never seemed to diminish, and thrice I drew near him, and thrice he drew clear, for the weight served him well at the finish. Ha! Kadja goes down, see, he stands on his crown, those rails take a power of clouting. A long sliding blunder, he's up well, I wonder if now it's all over but shouting. All loosely he's striding, the amateurs riding, all loosely some reverie locked in, of a vision in smoke or a wayfaring bloke, his poetical rubbish concocting. Now comes from afar the faint cry, here they are, the violet winning with ease. Fred goes up like a shot, does he catch him or not? Level money, I'll take the cerise. To his haunches I spring, and my muzzle I bring, to his flank, to his girth, to his shoulder. Through the shouting and yelling I hear my name swelling, the hearts of my backers grow bolder. Neck and neck, head and head, staring eye, nostril spread, girth and stifle laid close to the ground, stride for stride, stroke for stroke, through one hurdle we've broke, on the splinters we've lit with one bound. And banker for choice is the cry, and one voice screams 6-4 once upon banker, Banker wins, bankers beat, Cadger wins, a dead heat. Ah, there goes Fred's whalebone flanker. Springs the whip with a crack, 9 stone 10 on his back. Fit and light he can race like the devil. I draw past him, 'tis vain, he draws past me again. Springs the whip and again we are level. Steel and cord do their worst, now my head struggles first. That tug my last spurt has expended. Nose to nose, lip to lip, from the sound of the whip, he strains to the utmost extended. How they swim through the air as we roll to the chair, stand faces and railings flit past. Now I spring from my lair with a snort and a stare, roused by Fred with my supper at last. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Hippodromania, or Whiffs from the Pipe, Part 5, by Adam Lindsay Gordon, read for LibriVox.org by Carolyn. Part 5, Ex fumo dare lucem, Twixt the cup and the lip. Prologue. Calm and clear the bright day is declining, the crystal expanse of the bay, like a shield of pure metal, lies shining twixt headlands of purple and grey, while the little waves leap in the sunset and strike with a miniature shock, in sportive and infantine onset, the base of the ironstone rock. Calm and clear, the sea breezes are laden with a fragrance, a freshness, a power, with a song like the song of a maiden, with a scent like the scent of a flower, and a whisper, half weird, half prophetic, comes home with the sigh of the surf. But I pause, for your fancies poetic never rise from the level of turf. Fellow bungler of mine, fellow sinner, in public performances past, in trials whence touts take their winner, in rumours that circulate fast, in strains from Prunella or Priam, staying stayers or goers that go, you're much better posted than I am, 'tis little I care, less I know. Alas, neither poet nor prophet am I, though a jingler of rhymes. 'Tis a hobby of mine, and I'm off it at times, and I'm on it at times, and whether I'm off it or on it, your readers my counsels will shun, since I scarce know Van Tromp from Blue Bonnet, though I might know Cigar from the Nun. With visions you ought to be sated, and sickened by this time I swear that mine are all myths self-created, air visions that vanish in air. If I had some loose coins I may chuck one to settle this question and say, here goes, this is tails for the black one, and heads for my favourite the bay. And must I rob Paul to pay Peter, or Peter defraud to pay Paul? My rhymes, are they stale if my metre is varied? One chime rings through all. One chime, though I sing more or sing less, I have but one string to my lute, and it might have been better if stringless and songless the same had been mute. Yet not as a seer of visions, nor yet as a dreamer of dreams, I sent you these partial decisions on hackneyed, impoverished themes. But with song out of tune, sung to pass time, flung heedless to friends or to foes, where the false notes that ring for the last time may blend with some real ones, who knows? The Race. On the hill they are crowding together In the stand they are crushing for room. Like midge flies they swarm on the heather, they gather like bees on the broom. They flutter like moths round a candle. Stale similes granted, what then? I've got a stale subject to handle, a very stale stump of a pen. Hark, the shuffle of feet that are many, of voices the many-tongued clang. Has he had a bad night? Has he any friends left? How I hate your turf slang! 'Tis stale to begin with, not witty, but dull and inclined to be coarse. But bad men can't use, more's the pity, good words when they slate a good horse. Hey, hey, quantus equis, that's Latin for bellows to mend with the weeds. They're off, lights and shades, silk and satin, a rainbow of riders and steeds. And one shows in front and another goes up and is seen in his place. Sic transit, more Latin, oh bother, let's get to the end of the race. See, they come round the last turn careering, already Tate's colours are struck, and the green in the vanguard is steering, and the red's in the rear of the ruck. Are the stripes in the shade doomed to lie long? Do the blue stars on white skies wax dim? Is it Tamworth or Smuggler? 'Tis Bylong that wins, either Bylong or Tim. As the shell through the breach that is riven, and sapped by the springing of mines, as the bolt from the thunder cloud driven that levels the larches and pines. Through yon mass parti-coloured that dashes gold-tanned, clad in many-hued garb, from rear to van, struggles and flashes the yellow and black of the barb. Past the fly, falling back on the right, and the gull, giving way on the left, past Tamworth, who feels the whip smite, and whose sides by the rowels are cleft, where Tim and the chestnut together still bear of the battle the brunt, as if 8 stone 12 were a feather, he comes with a rush to the front. Tim Whiffler may yet prove a Tartar, but Bylong's the horse that can stay. But Keene is in trouble, and Carter is hard on the satin-skinned bay. And the barb comes away unextended, hard-held like a second eclipse, while behind the hoof-thunder is blended with the whistling and crackling of whips. Epilogue. He wins, yes, he wins upon paper, he hasn't yet won upon turf, and these rhymes are but moonshine and vapour, air bubbles and spume from the surf. So be it, at least they are given, free, gratis, for just what they are worth, and whatever there may be in heaven, there's little worth much upon earth. When, with satellites round them the centre of all eyes hard-pressed by the crowd, the pair, horse and rider, re-enter the gate mid a shout long and loud, you may feel as you might feel, just landed, full length on the grass from the clip, of a vicious cross-counter right-handed, or uppercut whizzing from hip. And that's not so bad if you're picked up, discreetly and carefully nursed. Loose teeth by the sponge are soon licked up, and next time you may get home first. Still, I'm not sure you'd like it exactly. Such tastes as a rule are acquired. You'll find in a nutshell this fact lie: bruised optics are not much admired. Do I bore you with vulgar allusions? Forgive me, I speak as I feel. I've pondered and made my conclusions, as the mill grinds the corn to the meal. So man striving boldly but blindly, ground piecemeal in destiny's mill, at his best taking punishment kindly, is only a chopping block still. Are we wise? Our abstruse calculations are based on experience long. Are we sanguine? Our high expectations are found on hope that is strong. Thus we build an air castle that crumbles and drifts till no traces remain, and the fool builds again while he grumbles, and the wise one laughs building again. How came they to pass, those rash blunders, these false steps so hard to defend? Our friend puts the question and wonders. We laugh and reply, "Ah, my friend, could you trace the first stride falsely taken, the distance misjudged, where or how, when you picked yourself up, stunned and shaken, at the fence twixt the turf and the plough?" In the jar of the panel rebounding, in the crash of the splintering wood, in the ears to the earth shock resounding, in the eyes flashing fire and blood, in the quarters above you revolving, in the sods underneath heaving high, there was little to aid you in solving such questions, the how or the why. And destiny, steadfast in trifles, is steadfast for better or worse. In great things it crushes and stifles, and swallows the hope that we nurse. Men wiser than we are many wonder, when the future they cling to so fast, to the roll of that destiny's thunder, goes down with the wrecks of the past. The past, the dead past, that has swallowed all the honey of life and the milk, brighter dreams than mere pastimes we've followed, better things than our scarlet or silk. Aye, and worse things, that past is it really did to us who again and again feel sharply, hear plainly, see clearly, past days with their joy and their pain. Like corpses embalmed and unburied, they lie, and in spite of our will, our souls on the wings of thought carried, revisit their sepulchres still. Down the channels of mystery gliding, they conjure strange tales, rarely read, of the priests of dead pharaohs presiding at mystical feasts of the dead. Weird pictures arise, quaint devices, rude emblems, baked funeral meats, strong incense, rare wines, and rich spices, the ashes, the shrouds, and the sheets. Does our thraldom fall short of completeness, for the magic of a charnel house charm, and the flavour of a poisonous sweetness, and the odour of a poisonous balm? And the links of the past, but no matter, for I'm getting beyond you, I guess, and you'll call me as mad as a hatter if my thoughts I too freely express. I subjoin a quotation, pray learn it, and with the aid of your lexicon tell us the meaning thereof. Res discernet sapiens, quas confundit acelus. Already green hillocks are swelling, and combing white locks on the bar, where a dull, droning murmur is telling of winds that have gathered afar. Thus we know not the day nor the morrow, nor yet what the night may bring forth, nor the storm, nor the sleep, nor the sorrow, nor the strife, nor the rest, nor the wrath. Yet the skies are still tranquil and starlit, the sun twixt the wave and the west dyes in purple and crimson and scarlet, and gold let us hope for the best. Since again from the earth his effulgence the darkness and damp dews shall wipe, Kind reader, extend your indulgence to this, the last lay of the pipe. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Roll of the Kettle Drum, or The Lay of the Last Charger, by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Roll of the Kettle Drum, or The Lay of the Last Charger. You have the Pyrrhic dance as yet. Where is the Pyrrhic phalanx gone? Of two such lessons, why forget the nobler and the manlier one? Byron. One line of sword profiles and bearded lips dressing, one ridge of bright helmets, one crest of fair plumes, one streak of blue sword blades all bared for the flashing, one row of red nostrils that scent battle fumes. Forward! The trumpets were sounding the charge. The roll of the kettle drum rapidly ran. That music, like wildfire spreading at large, maddened the war horse as well as the man. Forward, still forward, we thundered along, steadily yet, for our strength we were nursing. Tall Ewart, our sergeant, was humming a song. Lance Corporal Black Will was blaspheming and cursing. Opened their volley of guns on our right, puffs of grey smoke, veiling gleams of red flame. Curling to leeward were seen on the height, where the batteries were posted as onward we came. Spreading before us their cavalry lay, squadron on squadron, troop upon troop. We were so few, and so many were they. Eagles wait calmly the sparrow-hawk's stoop. Forward, still forward! Steed answering steed cheerily neighed, while the foam flakes were tossed from bridle to bridle. The top of our speed was gained, but the pride of our order was lost. One was there leading by nearly a rood, though we were racing he kept to the fore. Still as a rock in his stirrups he stood, high in the sunlight his sabre he bore. Suddenly tottering, backwards he crashed, loudly his helm right in front of us rung. Iron hoofs thundered, and naked steel flashed over him, youngest where many were young. Now we were close to them, every horse striding madly. St. Luce passed with never a groan. Sadly my master looked round, he was riding on the boy's right with a line of his own. Thrusting his hand in his breast or breast pocket, while from his wrist the sword swung by a chain, swiftly he drew out some trinket or locket, kissed it, I think, and replaced it again. Burst while his fingers reclosed on the haft, jarring concussion and earth-shaking din. Horse countered horse, and I reeled, but he laughed. Down went his man, cloven clean to the chin. Wedged in the midst of that struggling mass, after the first shock, where each his foe singled, little was seen, save a dazzle like glass, in the sun, with grey smoke and black dust intermingled. Here and there reddened a pistol shot, flashing through the red sparkle of steel upon steel. Redder the spark seemed, and louder the clashing, struck from the helm by the iron-shot heel. Over fallen riders, like withered leaves strewing, uplands in autumn, we sundered their ranks. Steed rearing and plunging, men hacking and hewing, fierce grinding of sword blades, sharp goading of flanks. Short was the crisis of conflict soon over, being too good, I supposed, to last long. Through them we cut as the scythe cuts the clover, battered and stained we emerged from their throng. Some of our saddles were emptied, of course. To heaven or elsewhere Black Will had been carried. Ned Sullivan mounted Will's riderless horse, his mare being hurt, while 10 seconds were tarried. And then we reformed, and went at them once more, and ere they had rightly closed up the old track, we broke through the lane we had opened before, and as we went forward, even so we came back. Our numbers were few, and our loss far from small. They could fight, and besides they were 20 to 1. We were clear of them all, when we heard the recall, and thus we returned, but my tale is not done. For the hand of my rider felt strange on my bit. He breathed once or twice like one partially choked, and swayed in his seat, then I knew he was hit. He must have bled fast, for my withers were soaked. And scarcely an inch of my housing was dry. I slackened my speed, yet I never quite stopped. Ere he patted my neck, said, "O fellow, good-bye." and dropped off me gently, and lay where he dropped. Ah me! After all, they may call us dumb creatures. I tried hard to neigh, but the sobs took my breath. Yet I guessed, gazing down at those still, quiet features, he was never more happy in life than in death. 2 years back at Aldershot, Elrington mentioned my name to our colonel one field day. He said, "Count, Steel Trap and Challenger ought to be pensioned. Count died the same week, and now Steel Trap is dead." That morning our colonel was riding Theresa, the filly by Teddington, out of mistake. His girls, pretty Alice and fair-haired Louisa, were there on the ponies he purchased from Blake. I remember he pointed me out to his daughters. Said he, "In this troop I may fairly take pride, but I've none left like him in my officers' quarters, whose life-blood the mane of old Challenger dyed." Where are they, the war steeds who shared in our glory, the Laner Coast Colt, and the Acrobat mare, and the Irish Division, Kate Kearney and Rory, and rushing Roscommon, and eager Kildare? And Freeney, a favourite once with my master, and Warlock, a sluggard but honest and true, and Tancred, as honest as Warlock but faster, and Blacklock and Birdlime and Molly Carew. All vanished, what wonder, 12 summers have passed since then, and my comrade lies buried this day, old Steel Trap the kicker, and now I'm the last of the chargers who shared in that glorious fray. Come, Harlequin, keep your nose out of my manger. You'll get your allowance, my boy, and no more. Snort, Silvertail, snort. When you've seen as much danger as I have, you won't mind the rats in the straw. Our gallant old colonel came limping and halting, the day before yesterday, into my stall. Oh, light to the saddle I've once seen him vaulting, in full marching order, steel broadsword and all. And now his left leg than his right is made shorter 3 inches, he stoops, and his chest is unsound. He spoke to me gently, and patted my quarter. I laid my ears back, and looked playfully round. For that word kindly meant, that caress kindly given, I thanked him, though dumb, but my cheerfulness fled. More sadness I drew from the face of the living, than years back I did from the face of the dead. For the dead face, upturned, tranquil, joyous, and fearless, looked straight from green sod to blue fathomless sky, with a smile, but the living face, gloomy and tearless, and haggard and harassed, looked down with a sigh. Did he think on the first time he kissed Lady Mary? On the morning he winged Horace Greville the beau? On the winner he steered in the grand military? On the charge that he headed 12 long years ago? Did he think on each fresh year of fresh grief the herald? On lids that are sunken and locks that are grey? On Alice who bolted with Brian Fitzgerald? On Rupert his firstborn, dishonoured by play? On Louis his darling, who sleeps 'neath the cypress that shades her and one whose last breath gave her life? I saw those strong fingers hard over each eye press. Oh, the dead rest in peace, when the quick toil in strife. Scoff, man, egotistical, proud, unobservant, since I with man's grief dare to sympathize thus. Why scoff? Fellow creature I am, fellow servant of God. Can man fathom God's dealings with us? The wide gulf that parts us may yet be no wider than that which parts you from some being more blessed, and there may be more links twixt the horse and his rider than ever your shallow philosophy guessed. You are proud of your power, and vain of your courage, and your blood, Anglo-Saxon, or Norman, or Celt. Though your gifts you extol, and our gifts you disparage, your perils, your pleasures, your sorrows we felt. We too sprung from mares of the prophet of Mecca, and nursed on the pride that was born with the milk, and filtered through crucifix, beeswing, Rebecca. We love sheen of scarlet and shimmer of silk. We too sprung from loins of the Ishmaelite stallions. We glory in daring that dies or prevails. From counter of squadrons and crash of battalions, to rending of blackthorns and rattle of rails. In all strife where courage is tested and power, from the mead on the hillside, the horn blast, the find, the burst, the long gallop that seems to devour the champaign, all obstacles flinging behind. To the cheer and the clarion, the war music blended with war cry, the furious dash at the foe, the terrible shock, the recoil, and the splendid bare sword, flashing blue, rising red from the blow. I've borne one through perils where many have seen us, no tyrant, a kind friend, a patient instructor, and I felt some strange element flashing between us, till the saddle seemed turned to a lightning conductor. Did he see, could he feel through the faintness, the numbness, while lingered the spirit half loosed from the clay, dumb eyes seeking his in their piteous dumbness, dumb quivering nostrils too stricken to neigh? And what then? The colours reversed, the drums muffled, the black nodding plumes, the dead march and the pall, the stern faces, soldier-like, silent, unruffled, the slow sacred music that floats over all. Cross carbine and boar spear, hang bugle and banner, spur, sabre and snaffle, and helm, is it well? Bane scutcheon, false trophies of Mars and Diana, can the dead laurel sprout with the live immortal? It may be, we follow, and though we inherit our strength for a season, our pride for a span, say, vanity are they, vexation of spirit? Not so, since they serve for a time horse and man. They serve for a time, and they make life worth living, in spite of life's troubles, 'tis vain to despond. O man, we at least, we enjoy with thanksgiving God's gifts on this earth, though we look not beyond. You sin and you suffer, and we too find sorrow, perchance through your sin, yet it soon will be over. We labour today, and we slumber tomorrow, strong horse and bold rider, and who knoweth more? In our barrack square shouted Drill Sergeant McCluskey, the roll of the kettle drum rapidly ran. The colonel wheeled short, speaking once, dry and husky, "Would to God I had died with your master, old man." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Dedication by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Rick of Las Vegas, Nevada. A dedication to the author of Holmby House. There are rhymes rudely strung with intent less of sound than of words, in lands where bright blossoms are scentless and songless bright birds, where with fire and fierce drought on her tresses insatiable summer oppresses, sere woodlands and sad wildernesses, and faint flocks and herds, where in dreariest days, when all dews end, and all winds are warm, wild winter's large floodgates are loosened, and floods freed by storm from broken-up fountain-heads dash on dry deserts with long pent-up passion. Here rhyme was first framed without fashion, song shaped without form. Whence gathered the locust's glad chirrup may furnish a stave, the ring of a rowel and stirrup, the wash of a wave, the chaunt of the marsh frog in rushes that chimes through the pauses and hushes of nightfall, the torrent that gushes, the tempest that rave. In the deepening of dawn, when it dapples the dusk of the sky with streaks like the reddening of apples, the ripening of rye, to eastward, when cluster by cluster dim stars and dull planets that muster wax one in a world of white luster that spreads far and high. In the gathering of night gloom o'erhead, in the still silent change, all fire flushed when forest trees redden on slopes of the range, when the gnarled, knotted trunks, eucalyptian, seem carved like weird columns Egyptian, with curious device quaint inscription and hieroglyph strange. In the spring, when the wattle gold trembles twixt shadow and shine, when each dew-laden air draught resembles a long draught of wine, when the skyline's blue-burnished resistance makes deeper the dreamiest distance, some song in all hearts hath existence. Such songs have been mine. They came in all guises, some vivid, to clasp and to keep, some sudden and swift as the livid blue thunder flames leap. This swept through the first breath of clover with memories renewed to the rover, that flashed while the black horse turned over before the long sleep. To you, having cunning to color a page with your pen, that through dull days and nights even duller long years ago 10, fair pictures in fever afforded. I send these rude staves, roughly worded, by one in whose brain stands recorded, as clear now as then, the great rush of gray northern water, the green ridge of bank, the sorrel with curved sweep of quarter, curled close to clean flank, the royalist saddle fast squarely, and where the bright uplands stretch fairly, behind, beyond pistol shot barely, the round-headed rank. A long launch, with clinging of muscles and clenching of teeth, the loose doublet ripples and rustles, the swirl shoots beneath. Enough. In return for your garland, in lieu of the flowers from your far land, take wild growth of dreamland or starland, take weeds for your wreath. Yet rhyme had not failed me for reason, nor reason for rhyme. Sweet song, had I sought you in season and found you in time. You beckon in your bright beauty yonder, and I, waxing fainter, yet fonder. Now weary too soon when I wander, now fall when I climb. It matters but little in the long run. The weak have some right, some share in the race that the strong run, the fight the strong fight. If words that are worthless go westward, yet the worst word shall be as the best word, in the day when all riot sweeps restward, in darkness or light. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Sick Stock Rider by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by John Burlinson. The Sick Stock Rider. Hold hard, Ned. Lift me down once more and lay me in the shade. Old man, you've had your work cut out to guide both horses, and to hold me in the saddle when I swayed, all through the hot, slow, sleepy, silent ride. The dawn at Morabinda was a mist-racked dull and dense. The sunrise was a sullen, sluggish lamp. I was dozing in the gateway at Arbuthnot's boundary fence. I was dreaming on the limestone cattle camp. We crossed the creek at Carricksford, and sharply through the haze, and suddenly the sun shot flaming forth. To southward lay Katawa, with the sand peaks all ablaze, and the flushed fields of Glen Lomond lay to north. Now westward winds the bridle path that leads to Lindisfarne, and yonder looms the double-headed bluff. From the far side of the first hill, when the skies are clear and calm, you can see Sylvester's woolshed fair enough. 5 miles we used to call it from our homestead to the place where the big tree spans the roadway like an arch. 'Twas here we ran the dingo down that gave us such a chase 8 years ago. Or was it 9? Last March. 'Twas merry in the glowing morn among the gleaming grass, to wander as we wandered many a mile, and blow the cool tobacco cloud, and watch the white wreaths pass, sitting loosely in the saddle all the while. 'Twas merry mid the black woods when we spied the station roofs, to wheel the wild scrub cattle at the yard, with a running fire of stock whips and a fiery run of hoofs. Oh, the hardest day was never then too hard. Aye, we had a glorious gallop after Starlight and his gang, when they bolted from Sylvester's on the flat. How the sun-dried reed beds crackled, how the flint-strewn ranges rang to the strokes of mountaineer and acrobat. Hard behind them in the timber, harder still across the heath. Close behind them through the tea-tree scrub we dashed. And the golden-tinted fern leaves, how they rustled underneath. And the honeysuckle osiers, how they crashed. We led the hunt throughout, Ned, on the chestnut and the grey, and the troopers were 300 yards behind, while we emptied our 6-shooters on the bushrangers at bay, in the creek with stunted box tree for a blind. There you grappled with the leader, man to man and horse to horse, and you rolled together when the chestnut reared. He blazed away and missed you in that shallow watercourse. A narrow shave, his powder singed your beard. In these hours when life is ebbing, how those days when life was young come back to us. How clearly I recall even the yarns Jack Hall invented, and the songs Jim Roper sung. And where now Jim Roper and Jack Hall? Aye, nearly all our comrades of the old colonial school, our ancient boon companions, Ned, are gone. Hard livers for the most part, somewhat reckless as a rule. It seems that you and I are left alone. There was Hughes, who got in trouble with that business with the cards. It matters little what became of him. But the steer ripped up Macpherson in the Coromanta yards, and Sullivan was drawn at sink or swim. And Mostyn, poor Frank Mostyn, died at last a fearful wreck. In the Harrows, at the upper Wendinong, and Carlesbrook, the rider, at the Horsefall broke his neck. Faith, the wonder was he saved his neck so long. Ah, those days and nights we squandered at the Logans in the glen. The Logans, man and wife, have long been dead. Elsie's tallest girl seems taller than your little Elsie then, and Ethel is a woman, grown and wed. I've had my share of pastime, and I've done my share of toil. And life is short, the longest life is span. I care not now to tarry for the corn or for the oil, or for the wine that maketh glad the heart of man. For good undone and gifts misspent and resolutions vain, 'tis somewhat late to trouble. This I know. I should live the same life over, if I had to live again, and the chances are I go where most men go. The deep blue skies was dusky, and the tall green trees grow dim. The sward beneath me seems to heave and fall, and sickly smoky shadows through the sleepy sunlight swim, and on the very sun's face wave their pall. Let me slumber in the hollow where the wattle blossoms wave, with never stone or rail to fence my bed. Should the sturdy station children pull the bush flowers on my grave, I may chance to hear them romping overhead. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Swimmer by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by John Burlinson. The Swimmer. with short, sharp, violent lights made vivid, to southward far as the sight can roam, only the swirl of the surges livid, the seas that climb and the surfs that comb, only the crag and the cliff to norward, and the rocks receding, and the reefs flung forward, and waifs wrecked seaward and wasted shoreward on shallows sheeted with flaming foam. A grim grey coast and a seaboard ghastly, and shores trod seldom by feet of men, where the battered hull and the broken mast lie, they have lain embedded these long years 10. Love, when we wandered here together, hand in hand through the sparkling weather, from the heights and hollows of fern and heather, God surely loved us a little then. The skies were fairer and shores were firmer, the blue sea over the bright sand rolled. Babble and prattle and ripple and murmur, sheen of silver and glamour of gold. And the sunset bathed in the gulf to lend her a garland of pinks and of purples tender, a tinge of the sun god's rosy splendor, a tithe of his glories manifold. Man's works are graven, cunning, and skilful on earth, where his tabernacles are, but the sea is wanton, the sea is wilful, and who shall mend her, and who shall mar? Shall we carve success or record disaster on the bosom of her heaving alabaster? Will her purple pulse beat fainter or faster for fallen sparrow or fallen star? I would that with sleepy, soft embraces the sea would fold me, would find me rest in luminous shades of her secret places, in depths where her marvels are manifest, so the earth beneath her should not discover my hidden couch, nor the heaven above her, as a strong love shielding a weary lover, I would have her shield me with shining breast. When light in the realms of space lay hidden, when life was yet in the womb of time, ere flesh was fettered to fruits forbidden, and souls were wedded to care and crime, was the course foreshaped for the future spirit, a burden of folly, a void of merit, that would fain the wisdom of stars inherit, and cannot fathom the seas sublime. Under the sea or the soil, what matter? The sea and the soil are under the sun. As in the former days, in the latter, the sleeping or waking is known of none. Surely the sleeper shall not awaken to griefs forgotten or joys forsaken, for the price of all things given and taken, the sum of all things done and undone. Shall we count offences or coin excuses, or weigh with scales the soul of a man, whom a strong hand binds and a sure hand looses, whose light is a spark and his life a span? The seed he sowed or the soil he cumbered, the time he served or the space he slumbered, will it profit a man when his days are numbered, or his deeds since the days of his life began? One, glad because of the light, saith, "Shall not the righteous judge of all the earth do right? For behold, the sparrows on the housetops fall not, save as seemeth to him good in his sight. And this man's joy shall have no abiding, through lights departing and lives dividing. He is soon as one in the darkness hiding, one loving darkness rather than light. A little season of love and laughter, of light and life and pleasure and pain, and the horror of outer darkness after, and dust returneth to dust again. Then the lesser life shall be as the greater, and the lover of life shall join the hater, and the one thing cometh sooner or later, and no one knoweth the loss or gain. Love of my life, we had lights in season, hard to part from, harder to keep. We had strength to labor and souls to reason, and seed to scatter and fruits to reap. Though time estranges and fate disperses, we have had our loves and our loving mercies, though the gifts of the light in the end are curses, yet bides the gift of the darkness, sleep. See, girt with tempest and winged with thunder, and clad with lightning and shod with sleet, the strong winds treading the swift waves sunder, the flying rollers with frothy feet. One gleam, like a bloodshot sword blade, swims on the skyline, staining the green gulf crimson, a death stroke fiercely dealt by a dim sun that strikes through his stormy winding sheet. Oh, brave white horses, you gather and gallop, the storm sprite loosens the gusty reins. Now the stoutest ship with the frailest shallop in your hollow backs or your high arched mains. I would ride as never a man has ridden in your sleepy, swirling surges hidden, to gulfs foreshadowed through straits forbidden, where no light wearies and no love wanes. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
From the Wreck by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Anusha Iyer. From the Wreck. Turn out, boys! What's up with our super tonight? The man's mad. 2 hours to daybreak, I'd swear. Stark mad. Why, there isn't a glimmer of light. Take Bolingbroke, Alec. Give Jack the young mare. Look sharp. A large vessel lies jammed on the reef, and many on board still, and some washed on shore. Ride straight with the news. They may send some relief from the township, and we can do little more. You, Alec, you know the near cuts. You can cross the Sugarloaf ford with a scramble, I think. Don't spare the blood, Philly, nor yet the black horse. Should the wind rise, God help them! The ship will soon sink. Old Peter's away down the paddock, to drive the nags to the stockyard as fast as he can. A life and death matter. So, lads, look alive! Half-dressed, in the dark, to the stockyard we ran. There was bridling with hurry, and saddling with haste, confusion and cursing for lack of a moon. Be quick with these buckles, we've no time to waste. Mind the mare, she can use her hind legs to some tune. Make sure of the crossing place, strike the old track. They've fenced off the new one. Look out for the holes of the Wombat Hills. Down with the slip rails, stand back. And ride, boys, the pair of you, ride for your souls. In the low branches heavily laden with dew, in the long grasses spoiling with dead wood that day, where the blackwood, the box, and the bastard oak grew, between the tall gum trees we galloped away. We crashed through a brush fence, we splashed through a swamp, we steered for the north near the eagle-hawk's nest. We bore to the left just beyond the red camp, and round the black tea-tree belt wheeled to the west. We crossed a low range sickly scented with musk. From wattle-tree blossom we skirted a marsh. Then the dawn faintly dappled with orange the dusk, and pealed overhead the jay's laughter note harsh, and shot the first sun-streak behind us. And soon the dim dewy uplands were dreamy with light, and full on our left flashed the reedy lagoon, and sharply the sugar-loaf red on our right. A smothered curse broke through the bushman's brown beard. He turned in his saddle, his brick-coloured cheek flushed feebly with sundawn, said, "Just what I feared. Last fortnight's late rainfall has flooded the creek." Black Bolingbroke snorted, and stood on the brink one instant. Then deep in the dark sluggish swirl plunged headlong. I saw the horse suddenly sink, till round the man's armpits the waves seemed to curl. We followed. One cold shock, and the deeper we sank than they did, and twice tried the landing in vain. The third struggle won it. Straight up the steep bank we staggered, then out on the skirts of the plain. The stock rider Alec, at starting had got the lead, and had kept it throughout. 'Twas his boast that through thickest of scrub he could steer like a shot, and the black horse was counted the best on the coast. The mare had been awkward enough in the dark. She was eager and headstrong, and barely half broke. She had had me too close to a big stringy bark, and had made a near thing of a crooked shoke. But now on the open, lit up by the morn, she flung the white foam flakes from nostril to neck, and chased him, I hatless, with shirt sleeves all torn, for he may ride ragged who rides from a wreck. And faster across the wide heath we rode till we raced. Then I gave her her head, and she, stretching out with the bit in her teeth, she caught him, outpaced him, and passed him, and led. We neared the new fence. We were wide of the track. I looked right and left. She had never been tried at a stiff leap. 'Twas little he cared on the black. "You're more than a mile from the gateway," he cried. I hung to her head, touched her flank with the spurs. In the red streak of rail not the ghost of a gap. She shortened her long stroke. She pricked her sharp ears. She flung it behind her with hardly a rap. I saw the post quiver where Bolingbroke struck, and guessed that the pace we had come the last mile had blown him a bit. He could jump like a buck. We galloped more steadily then for a while. The heath was soon past. In the dim distance lay the mountain. The sun was just clearing the tips of the ranges to eastward. The mare, could she stay? She was bred very nearly as clean as Eclipse. She led, and as oft as he came to her side, she took the bit free and untiring as yet. Her neck was arched double, her nostrils were wide, and the tips of her tapering ears nearly met. "You're lighter than I am," said Alec at last. "The horse is dead beat and the mare isn't blown. She must be a good one. Ride on and ride fast. You know your way now." so I rode on alone. Still galloping forward, we passed the 2 flocks at M'Intyre's hut and Mallister's hill. She was galloping strong at the Warrigal rocks. On the Wallaby range she was galloping still. And over the wasteland and under the wood, by down and by dale, and by fell and by flat, she galloped. And here in the stirrups I stood to ease her, and there in the saddle I sat to steer her. We suddenly struck the red loam off the track near the troughs. Then she reeled on the rise, from her crest to her croup, covered over with foam. And blood red her nostrils, and bloodshot her eyes. A dip in the dell where the wattle fire bloomed. A bend round a bank that had shut out the view. Large framed in the mild light the mountain had loomed, with a tall purple peak bursting out from the blue. I pulled her together, I pressed her, and she shot down the decline to the company's yard. And on by the paddocks, yet under my knee, I could feel her heart thumping the saddle flaps hard. Yet a mile and another, and now we were near the goal, and the fields and the farms flitted past, and twixt the 2 fences I turned with a cheer. For a green grass-fed mare 'twas a farthing and fast, and labourers, roused by her galloping hoofs, saw a bare-headed rider and foam-sheeted steed, and shone the white walls and the slate-coloured roofs of the township. I steadied her then. I had need. Where stood the old chapel, where stands the new church, since chapels to churches have changed in that town. A short, sidelong stagger, a long forward lurch, a slight choking sob, and the mare had gone down. I slipped off the bridle, I slackened the girth, I ran on and left her and told them my news. I saw her soon afterwards. What was she worth? How much for her hide? She had never worn shoes. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
No Name by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Chris Bunn of Oak Ridge, Tennessee. A stone upon her heart and head, but no name written on that stone. Sweet neighbors whisper low instead, this sinner was a loving one. Mrs. Browning. 'Tis a nameless stone that stands at your head. The gusts in the gloomy gorges whirl brown leaves and red till they cover your bed. Now I trust that your sleep is a sound one, girl. I said in my wrath when his shadow crossed from your garden gate to your cottage door, what does it matter for one soul lost? Millions of souls have been lost before. Yet I warned you, but my words came true. Perhaps some day you will find him out. He who is not worthy to loosen your shoe. Does his conscience therefore prick him? I doubt. You laughed and were deaf to my warning voice, blushed and were blind to his cloven hoof. You have had your chance, you have taken your choice. How could I help you, standing aloof? He has prospered well with the world. He says I am mad. If so, and if he be sane, I at least give God thanksgiving and praise. That there lies between us one difference, plain. You in your beauty above me bent in the pause of a wild west country ball, spoke to me, touched me without intent, made me your servant for once and all. Light laughter rippled your rose-red lip, and you swept my cheek with a shining curl that strayed from your shoulder's snowy tip. Now I pray that your sleep is a sound one, girl. From a long way off to look at your charms made my blood run redder in every vein, and he has held you long in his arms and has kissed you over and over again. Is it well that he keeps well out of my way? If we met, he and I, we alone, we two, would I give him one moment's grace to pray? Not I, for the sake of the soul he slew. A life like a shuttlecock may be tossed with the hand of fate for a battledore, but it matters much for your sweet soul lost, as much as 1,000,000 souls and more. And I know that if here or there alone I found him fairly and face to face, having slain his body I would slay my own, that my soul to Satan his soul might chase. He hardens his heart in the public way. Who am I? I am but a nameless churl, but God will put all things straight some day. Till then, may your sleep be a sound one, girl. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Wolf and Hound by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by J. Olpecker. Wolf and Hound. The hills, like giants at hunting, lay chin upon hand to see the game at bay. Browning. You'll take my tale with a little salt, but it needs none. Nevertheless, I was foiled completely, fairly at fault, disheartened too, I confess. At the splitter's tent, I had seen the track of horse hoofs fresh on the sward, and though Darby Lynch and Donovan Jack, who could swear through a 10-inch board, solemnly swore he had not been there, I was just as sure that they lied, for to Darby all that is foul was fair, and Jack for his life was tried. We had run him for 7 miles and more, as hard as our nags could split. At the start they were all too weary and sore, and his was quite fresh and fit. Young Marsden's pony had had enough on the plain, where the chase was hot. We breasted the swell of the Bitterns Bluff, and Mark couldn't raise a trot. When the sea, like a splendid silver shield to the southwest, suddenly lay, on the brow of the Beetle the chestnut reeled, and I bid good-bye to McCrae. And I was alone when the mare fell lame, with a pointed flint in her shoe, on the stony flats. I had lost the game, and what was a man to do? I turned away with no fixed intent, and headed for Hawthorndell. I could neither eat in the splitter's tent nor drink at the splitter's well. I knew that they gloried in my mishap, and I cursed them between my teeth. A blood-red sunset through Brayton's Gap flung a lurid fire on the heath. Could I reach the dell? I had little reck, and with scarce a choice of my own, I threw the reins on my lady's neck. I had freed her foot from the stone. That season most of the swamps were dry, and after so hard a burst in the sultry noon of so hot a sky, she was keen to appease her thirst. Or by instinct urged, or impelled by fate, I care not to solve these things. Certain it is that she took me straight to the Warrigal water springs. I can shut my eyes and recall the ground as though it were yesterday, with a shelf of the low grey rocks girt round, the springs in their basin lay. Woods to the east and wolds to the north in the sundown sullenly bloomed. Dead black on a curtain of crimson cloth, large peaks to the westward loomed. I led my lady through weed and sedge. She leisurely drank her fill. There was something close to the water's edge, and my heart with one leap stood still. For a horse's shoe and a rider's boot had left clean prints on the clay. Someone had watered his beast on foot. 'Twas he. He had gone. Which way? Then the mouth of the cavern faced me fair, as I turned and fronted the rocks. So, at last, I had pressed the wolf to his lair, I had run to his earth, the fox. I thought so. Perhaps he was resting, perhaps he was waiting, watching for me. I examined all my revolver caps, I hitched my mare to a tree. I had sworn to have him, alive or dead, and to give him a chance was loath. He knew his life had been forfeited. He had even heard of my oath. In my stocking soles to the shelf I crept. I crawled safe into the cave, all silent. If he was there, he slept. Not there, all dark as the grave. Through the crack I could hear the leaden hiss. See, the livid face through the flame! How strange it seems that a man should miss when his life depends on his aim. There couldn't have been a better light for him, nor a worse for me. We were cooped up, caged like beasts for a fight, and dumb as dumb beasts were we. Flash, flash, bang, bang, and we blazed away, and the grey roof reddened and rang. Flash, flash, and I felt his bullet flay the tip of my ear. Flash, bang, bang, flash, and my pistol arm fell broke. I struck with my left hand then, struck at a corpse through a cloud of smoke. I had shot him dead in his den. End of poem. This poem is in the public domain.
Ditay by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org. A burning glass of burnished brass, the calm sea caught the noontide rays, and sunny slopes of golden grass and wastes of wheat flower seemed to blaze. Beyond the shining silver grays, beyond the shades of denser bloom, the skyline girt with glowing haze, the farthest, faintest forest gloom, and the everlasting hills that loom. We heard the hound beneath the mound, we scared the swamp hawk hovering nigh. We had not sought for that we found, he lay as dead men only lie, with wan cheek whitening in the sky. Through the wild heath flowers white and red, the dumb brute that had seen him die, close crouching howl beside the head, brute burial service over the dead. The brow was rife with seams of strife, a lawless death made doubly plain, the ravage of a reckless life, the havoc of a hurricane, of passions through the breadth of brain, like headlong horses that had run riot regardless of the rain. Mad man, he might have lived and done, better than most, whispered one. The beams and blots that heaven allots to every life with life begin. Full would you change the leopard spots, or blanch the Ethiopian skin? What more could have he hoped to win? What better things have thought to gain? So shapen, so conceived in sin? No life is wholly void and vain. Just and unjust share sun and rain. Were new life sent and life misspent, wiped out if such to God seem good, would he, being as he was, repent? Or could he, even if he would? Who heeded not things understood, though dimly, even in savage lands, by some who worship stone or wood, or bird or beast, or who stretch hands sunward on shining eastern sands? And crime has cause, nay, never pause idly to feel a pulseless wrist. Brace up the massive square-shaped jaws, unclench the stubborn stiffening fist, and close the eyes through film and mist that kept the old defiant glare, and answer, wise psychologist, whose science claims some little share Of truth, what better things lay there? Eye, thought, and mind were there, some kind of faculty that men mistake for talent when their wits are blind, an aptitude to mar and break what others diligently make. This was the worst and best of him, wise with the cunning of a snake, brave with the she-wolf's courage grim, dying hard and dumb, torn limb from limb. And you, Brown, you're a doctor, cure you can't, but you can kill. And he, witness his mark he signed last year, and now he signs John Smith, J.P. We'll hold our inquest now, we three. I'll be your coroner for once. I think old Oswald ought to be our foreman. Jones is such a dunce. There's more brain in the bloodhound's sconce. No man may shirk the allotted work, the deed to do, the death to die. At least I think so. Neither Turk nor Jew nor infidel am I, and yet I wonder when I try to solve one question, may or must, and shall I solve it by and by, beyond the dark, beneath the dust? I trust so, and I only trust. Aye, what they will, such trifles kill. Comrade, for one good deed of yours, your history shall not help to fill the mouths of many brainless boors. It may be death absolves or cures the sin of life. 'Twere hazardous to assert so, if the sin endures. Say only, God, who has judged him thus, be merciful to him and us. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
How We Beat the Favorite by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Diana Schmidt. A Lay of the Loamshire Hunt Cup. "Aye, squire," said Stevens, "they back him at evens. The race is all over, bar shouting, they say. The clown ought to beat her. Dick Neville is sweeter than ever. He swears he can win all the way. A gentleman rider? Well, I'm an outsider, but if he's a gent, who the mischief's a jock? You swells mostly blunder. Dick rides for the plunder. He rides too like thunder. He sits like a rock. He calls hunted fairly a horse that has barely been stripped for a trot within sight of the hounds. A horse that at Warwick beat Birdlime and Yorick, and gave Abdulkader at Aintree 9 pounds. They say we have no test to warrant a protest. Dick rides for a lord and stands in with a steward. The light of their faces they show him. His case is prejudged and his verdict already secured. But none can outlast her, and few travel faster. She strides in her work clean away from the drag. You hold her and sit her, she couldn't be fitter. Whenever you hit her, she'll spring like a stag. And p'raps the green jacket, at odds though they back it, may fall, or there's no knowing what may turn up. The mare is quite ready. Sit still and ride steady. Keep cool, and I think you may just win the cup. Dark brown with tan muzzle, just stripped for the tussle, stood Iseult, arcing her neck to the curb. A lean head and fiery, strong quarters and wiry, a loin rather light, but a shoulder superb. Some parting injunction bestowed with great unction I tried to recall, but forgot like a dunce. When Reginald Murray, full tilt on white Surrey, came down in a hurry to start us at once. Keep back in the yellow, come up on, Othello. Hold hard on the chestnut, turn round on the drag. Keep back there on Spartan, back you, sir, in tartan. So, steady there, easy, and down went the flag. We started, and Kerr made strong running on Mermaid, through furrows that led to the first stake and bound. The crack, half extended, looked blood-like and splendid, held wide on the right where the headland was sound. I pulled hard to baffle her rush with a snaffle, before her 2/3 of the field got away. All through the wet pasture where floods of the last year still loitered, they clotted my crimson with clay. The 4th fence a wattle, floored monk and blue bottle. the drag came to grief at the blackthorn and ditch. The rails toppled over redoubt and red rover. The lane stopped like Hergus and Leicestershire witch. She passed like an arrow, Kildare and cock sparrow, and man-trap and mermaid refused the stone wall, and Giles on Grayling came down at the paling, and I was left sailing in front of them all. I took them a burster, nor eased her nor nursed her, until the black bullfinch led into the plough, and through the strong bramble we bored with a scramble. My cap was knocked off by the hazel tree bough. Where furrows looked lighter, I drew the rein tighter, her dark chest all dappled with flakes of white foam, her flanks mud bespattered, a weak rail she shattered. We landed on turf with our heads turned for home. Then crashed a low binder, and then close behind her the sward to the strokes of the favourite shook. His rush roused her mettle, yet ever so little she shortened her stride as we raced at the brook. She rose when I hit her, I saw the stream glitter, a wide scarlet nostril flashed close to my knee. Between sky and water the clown came and caught her. The space that he cleared was a caution to see, and forcing the running, discarding all cunning, a length to the front went the rider in green, a long strip of stubble, and then the big double, 2 stiff flights of rails with a quickset between. She raced at the rasper, I felt my knees grasp her, I found my hands give to her strain on the bit. She rose when the clown did, our silks as we bounded brushed lightly, our stirrups clashed loud as we lit. A rise steeply sloping, a fence with stone coping, the last we diverged round the base of the hill. His path was the nearer, his leap was the clearer. I flogged up the straight and he led sitting still. She came to his quarter, and on still I brought her, and up to his girth, to his breastplate she drew. A short prayer from Neville just reached me. The devil! He muttered. Locked level, the hurdles we flew. A hum of horse cheering, a dense crowd careering, all sights seen obscurely, all shouts vaguely heard. The green wins, the crimson, the multitude swims on, and figures are blended and features are blurred. The horse is her master, the green forges past her, the clown will outlast her, the clown wins, the clown. The white railing races with all the white faces, the chestnut outpaces, outstretches the brown. On still past the gateway she strains in the straight way, still struggles, the clown by a short neck at most. He swerves, the green scourges, the stand rocks and surges, and flashes and verges and flits the white post. Aye, so ends the tussle. I knew the tan muzzle was first, though the ringmen were yelling dead heat. A nose I could swear by, but Clark said the mare by a short head, and that's how the favorite was beat. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Doubtful Dreams by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Rick of Las Vegas, Nevada. Aye, snows are rife in December, and sheaves are in August yet. And you would have me remember, and I would rather forget. In the bloom of the May day weather, in the blight of October chill, we were dreamers of old together. As of old, are you dreaming still? For nothing on earth is sadder than the dream that cheated the grasp, the flower that turned to the adder, the fruit that changed to the asp. When the day spring and darkness closes, as the sunset fades from the hills, with the fragrance of perished roses, with the music of parched up rills. When the sands on the seashore nourish red clover and yellow corn, when figs on the thistle flourish and grapes grow thick on the thorn, when the dead branch, blighted and blasted, puts forth green leaves in the spring, then the dream that life has outlasted, dead, comfort to life may bring. I have changed the soil and the season, but whether skies freeze or flame, the soil they flame on or freeze on is changed in little save name. The lodestone points to the norward, the river runs to the sea, and you would have me look forward, and backward I fain would flee. I remember the bright spring garlands, the gold that spangled the green, and the purple on fairy far lands, and the white and the red bloom seen. From the spot where we last lay dreaming, together yourself and I, the soft grass beneath us gleaming, above us the great grave sky. And we spoke thus, though we have trodden rough paths in our boyish years, and some with our sweat are sodden, and some are salt with our tears. Though we stumble still, walking blindly, our paths shall be made all straight. We are weak, but the heavens are kindly, the skies are compassionate. Is the clime of the old land younger, where the young dreams longer are nursed, with the old insatiable hunger, with the old unquenchable thirst? Are you longing, as in the old years, we have longed so often in vain? Fellow toilers still, fellow soldiers, though the seas have sundered us twain. But the young dreams surely have faded, young dreams, old dreams of young days. Shall the new dream vex us as they did, or as things worth censure or praise? Real toil is ours, real trouble, dim dreams of pleasure and pride. Let the dreams disperse like a bubble, so the toil like a dream subside. Vain toil, men better and braver rose early and rested late, whose burdens than ours were graver, and sterner than ours their hate. What fair reward had Achilles? What rest could Alcides win? Vain toil, consider the lilies, they toil not, neither do spin. Nor for mortal toiling nor spinning will the matters of mortals mend. As it was so in the beginning, it shall be so in the end. The web that the weavers weave ill shall not be woven aright, till the good is brought forth from evil, as day is brought forth from night. Vain dreams, for our fathers cherished high hopes in the days that were, and these men wondered and perished, nor better than these we fare. And our due at last is their due, they fought against odds and fell. En avant les enfants perdus, we fight against odds as well. The skies, will the great skies care for our footsteps, straighten our path, or strengthen our weakness? Wherefore? We have rather incurred their wrath. When against the captain of Hazor the stars in their courses fought, did the skies shed merciful rays, or with love was the sunshine fraught? Can they favor man? Can they wrong man? The unapproachable skies. Though these gave strength to the strong man, and wisdom gave to the wise. When strength is turned to derision, and wisdom brought to dismay, shall we wake from a troubled vision, or rest from a toilsome day? Nay, I cannot tell. Peradventure, our very toil is a dream, and the works that we praise or censure, it may be, they only seem. If so, I would fain awaken, or sleep more soundly than so, or by dreamless sleep overtaken, the dream I would fain forego. For the great things of earth are small things, the longest life is a span, and there is an end to all things, a season to every man, whose glory is dust and ashes, whose spirit is but a spark, that out from the darkness flashes and flickers out in the dark. We remember the pangs that wrung us when some went down to the pit, who faded as leaves among us, who flitted as shadows flit. What visions under the stone lie, what dreams in the shroud sleep dwell? For we saw the earth pit only, and we heard only the knell. We know not whether they slumber who awaken on earth no more, as the stars of the heights in number, as sands on the deep sea shore. Shall stiffness bind them and starkness enthrall them by field and flood, till the sun shall be turned to darkness and the moon shall be turned to blood? We know not. Worse may enthrall men. The wages of sin are death, and so death passed upon all men, for sin was born with man's breath. Then the laborer spent with sinning, his hire with his life shall spend. For it was so in the beginning, and shall be so in the end. There is life in the blackened ember, while a spark is smouldering yet. In a dream e'en now I remember, that dream I had lief forget. I had lief forget, I had e'en lief, that dream with this doubt should die. If we did these things in the green leaf, what shall be done in the dry? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Rime of Joyous Guard by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Phil Benson. Through the lattice rushes the south wind, dense with fumes of the flowery frankincense from hawthorn blossoming thickly, and gold is showered on grass unshorn, and poppy fire on shuddering corn, with maydew flooded and flushed with morn, and scented with sweetness sickly. The bloom and brilliance of summer days, the buds that brighten, the fields that blaze, the fruits that ripen and redden, and all the gifts of a God-sent light, are sadder things in my shameful sight than the blackest gloom of the bitterest night, when the senses darken and deaden. For the days recall what the nights efface, scenes of glory and seasons of grace for which there is no returning. Else the days were even as the nights to me, now the axe is laid to the root of the tree, and tomorrow the barren trunk may be cut down, cast forth for the burning. Would God I had died the death that day, when the bishop blessed us before the fray, at the shrine of the Saviour's mother. We buckled the spur, we braced the belt, Arthur and I, together we knelt, and the grasp of his kingly hand I felt as the grasp of an only brother. The body and the blood of Christ we shared, knees bended and heads bowed down and bared, we listened throughout the praying. Eftsoon the shock of the foe we bore, shoulder to shoulder on Severn's shore, till our hilts were glued to our hands with gore, and our sinews slackened with slaying. Was I far from thy kingdom, gracious Lord, with a shattered casque and a shivered sword, on the threshold of Mary's chapel? Pardie, I had well nigh won that crown which endureth more than a knight's renown, when the pagan giant had got me down, sore spent in the deadly grapple. May his craven spirit find little grace. He was sealed to Satan in any case, yet the loser had been the winner. Had I waxed fainter or he less faint, then my soul was free from this loathsome taint. I had died as a Christian knight, no saint perchance, yet a pardoned sinner. But I strove full grimly beneath his weight, I clung to his poignard desperate, I baffled the thrust that followed, and writhing uppermost rose to deal with bare 3 inches of broken steel one stroke. Ha! The headpiece crashed piecemeal, and the knave in his black blood wallowed. So I lived, for worse, in fulness of time, when peace for a season swayed the clime, and spears for a space were idle. Trusted and chosen of all the court, a favoured herald of fair report, I travelled eastward, and duly brought a bride to a queenly bridal. Paddy, 'twas a morning even as this, the skies were warmer, if aught, I wis, albeit the fields were duller. Or it may be that the envious spring, abashed at the sight of a fairer thing, waxed somewhat sadder of colouring, because of her faultless colour. With her through the lioness I rode, till the woods with the noontide fervour glowed, and there for a space we halted, where the intertwining branches made cool carpets of olive-tinted shade, and the floors with fretwork of flame inlaid from leafy lattices vaulted. And scarf and mantle for her I spread, and strewed them over the grassiest bed, and under the greenest awning, and loosened latch and buckle, and freed from cell and housing the red roan steed, and the jennet of swift Iberian breed that had carried us since the dawning. The brown thrush sang through the briar and bower, all flushed or frosted with forest flower, in the warm sun's wanton glances. And I grew deaf to the song-bird, blind to blossom that sweetened the sweet spring wind. I saw her only, a girl reclined in her girlhood's indolent trances. And the song and the scent and sense waxed weak, the wild rose withered beside the cheek, she poised on her fingers slender. The soft spun gold of her glittering hair ran rippling into a wondrous snare, that flooded the round arm bright and bare, and the shoulder's silvery splendour. The deep dusk fires in those dreamy eyes, like seas clear coloured in summer skies, were guiltless of future treason. And I stood watching her, still and mute, yet the evil seed in my soul found root, and the sad plant throve, and the sinful fruit grew ripe in the shameful season. Let the sin be mine, as the shame was hers. In desolate days of departed years, she had leisure for shame and sorrow. There was light repentance and brief remorse, when I rode against Saxon foes or Norse, with clang of harness and clatter of horse, and little heed for the morrow. And now she is dead, men tell me, and I, in this living death, must I linger and lie till my cup to the dregs is drunken? I looked through the lattice worn and grim, with eyelids darkened and eyesight dim, and weary body and wasted limb, and sinews slackened and shrunken. She is dead, gone down to the burial place, where the grave dews cleave to her faultless face, where the grave sods crumble around her, and that bright burden of burnished gold, that once on those waxen shoulders rolled, will it spoil with the damps of the deadly mould? Was it shorn when the church vows bound her? Now I know full well that the fair spear shaft shall never gladden my hand, nor the haft of the good sword grow to my fingers. Now the maddest fray, the merriest din, would fail to quicken this life stream thin, yet the sleepy poison of that sweet sin in the sluggish current still lingers. Would God I had slept with the slain men, long or ever the heart conceived a wrong that the innermost soul abhorred, or ever these lying lips were strained to her lids, pearl tinted and purple veined, or ever those traitorous kisses stained the snows of her spotless forehead. Let me gather a little strength to think, as one who reels on the outermost brink to the innermost gulf descending. In that truce, the longest and last of all, in the summer nights of that festival, soft vesture of samite and silken pall, the beginning came of the ending. And one trod softly with sandalled feet. Ah, why are the stolen waters sweet? And one crept stealthily after. I would I had taken him there, and wrung his knavish neck when the dark door swung, or torn by the root his treacherous tongue, and stifled his hateful laughter. So the smouldering scandal blazed, but he, my king, to the last put trust in me. Aye, well was his trust requited. Now priests may patter, and bells may toll, he will need no masses to aid his soul. When the angels open the judgment scroll, his wrong will be tenfold righted. Then dawned the day when the mail was donned, and the steed for the strife caparisoned, but not 'gainst the Norse invader. Then was bloodshed, not by untoward chance, as the blood that is drawn by the jouster's lance, the fray in the castle of Meligrance, the fight in the lists with Maida. Then the guilt made manifest, then the siege, when the true men rallying round the liege beleaguered his base betrayer. Then the fruitless parleys, the pleadings vain, and the hard-fought battles with brave Gawain, twice worsted, and once so nearly slain, I may well be counted his slayer. Then the crime of Modred, a little sin at the side of mine, though the knave was kin to the king, by the knave's hand stricken. And the once loved knight, was he there to save that knightly king, who that knighthood gave? Ah, Christ, will he greet me as a knight or a knave, in the day when the dust shall quicken? Had he lightly loved, had he trusted less, I had sinned, perchance, with the sinfulness that through prayer and penance is pardoned. O love most loyal, O faith most sure, in the purity of a soul so pure I found my safeguard. I sinned secure, till my heart to the sin grew hardened. We were glad together in gladsome meads, when they shook to the strokes of our snorting steeds. We were joyful in joyous lustre, when it flushed the coppice or filled the glade, where the horn of the Dane or the Saxon brayed, and we saw the heathen banner displayed, and the heathen lances cluster. Then a steel-shod rush and a steel-clad ring, and a crash of the spear-staves splintering, and the billowy battle blended. Riot of chargers, revel of blows, and fierce flushed faces of fighting foes, from croup to bridle, that reeled and rose in a sparkle of sword-play splendid. And the long lithe sword in the hand became as a leaping light, as a falling flame, as a fire through the flax that hasted. Slender and shining and beautiful, how it shore through shivering casque and skull, and never a stroke was void and null, and never a thrust was wasted. I have done for ever with all these things, deeds that were joyous to knights and kings, in days that with songs were cherished. The songs are ended, the deeds are done, there shall none of them gladden me now, not one. There is nothing good for me under the sun, but to perish as these things perished. Shall it profit me aught that the bishop seeks my presence daily, and duly speaks soft words of comfort and kindness? Shall it aught avail me? Certes, he said, though thy soul is darkened, be not afraid. God hateth nothing that he hath made. His light shall disperse thy blindness. I am not afraid for myself, although I know I have had that light, and I know the greater my condemnation. when I well nigh swooned in the deep-drawn bliss of that first long, sweet, slow, stolen kiss. I would gladly have given for less than this, myself with my soul's salvation. I would languish thus in some loathsome den as a thing of naught in the eyes of men, in the mouths of men as a byword, through years of pain, and when God saw fit, singing his praises my soul should flit to the darkest depth of the nethermost pit, if hers could be wafted skyward. Lord Christ, have patience a little while. I have sinned because I am utterly vile, having light, loving darkness rather. And I pray thee deal with me as thou wilt, yet the blood of thy foes I have freely spilt, and moreover mine is the greater guilt in the sight of thee and thy Father. That saint, thy servant, was counted dear, whose sword in the garden grazed the ear of thine enemy, Lord Redeemer. Not thus on the shattering visor jarred in this hand the iron of the hilt cross-barred, when the blade was swallowed up to the guard through the teeth of the strong blasphemer. If ever I smote as a man should smite, if I struck one stroke that seemed good in thy sight, by thy loving mercy prevailing, Lord, let her stand in the light of thy face, clothed with thy love and crowned with thy grace, when I gnash my teeth in the terrible place that is filled with weeping and wailing. Shall I comfort my soul on account of this? In the world to come, whatsoever it is, there is no more earthly ill-doing. For the dusty darkness shall slay desire, and the chaff may burn with unquenchable fire, but for green wild growth of thistle and briar, at least there is no renewing. And this grievous burden of life shall change in the dim hereafter, dreamy and strange, and sorrows and joys diurnal, and partial blessings and perishing ills shall fade in the praise, or the pang that fills the glory of God's eternal hills, or the gloom of his gulf eternal. Yet if all things change to the glory of one who for all ill-doers gave his own sweet Son, to his goodness so shall he change ill. When the world as a withered leaf shall be, and the sky like a shrivelled scroll shall flee, and souls shall be summoned from land and sea at the blast of his bright archangel. End of The Rime of Joyous Guard by Adam Lindsay Gordon. This recording is in the public domain.
Thora's Song by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Jargoniel. Thora's Song. Ashtaroth. We severed in autumn early, ere the earth was torn by the plough. The wheat and the oats and the barley are ripe for the harvest now. We sundered one misty morning, ere the hills were dimmed by the rain. Through the flowers those hills adorning, thou com'st not back again. My heart is heavy and weary with the weight of a weary soul. The midday glare grows dreary, and dreary the midnight scroll. The cornstalks sigh for the sickle, 'neath the load of the golden grain. I sigh for a mate more fickle, thou com'st not back again. The warm sun riseth and setteth, the night bringeth moistening dew, but the soul that longeth forgetteth the warmth and the moisture too. In the hot sun rising and setting, there is naught save feverish pain. There are tears in the night dew's wetting, thou com'st not back again. Thy voice in mine ear still mingles with the voices of whispering trees. Thy kiss on my cheek still tingles at each kiss of the summer breeze. While dreams of the past are thronging for substance of shades in vain, I am waiting, watching, and longing, thou com'st not back again. Waiting and watching ever, longing and lingering yet. Leaves rustle and cornstalks quiver, winds murmur and waters fret. No answer they bring, no greeting, no speech save that sad refrain, nor voice save an echo repeating, he cometh not back again. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Three Friends by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Rick of Las Vegas, Nevada. From the French. The sword slew one in deadly strife. One perished by the bowl. The third lies self-slain by the knife. For three the bells may toll. I loved her better than my life, and better than my soul. Ay, Father, hast thou come at last? 'Tis somewhat late to pray. Life's crimson tides are ebbing fast, they drain my soul away. Mine eyes with film are overcast, the lights are waning gray. This curl from her bright head I shore, and this her hands gave mine. See, one is stained with purple gore, and one with poisoned wine. Give these to her when all is o'er, how serpent-like they twine. We three were brethren in arms, and sworn companions we. We held this motto, whoso harms the one shall harm the three. Till, matchless for her subtle charms, beloved of each was she. These two were slain that I might kiss her sweet mouth. I did well. I said, there is no greater bliss for those in heaven that dwell. I lost her, then I said, there is no fiercer pang in hell. We have upheld each other's rights, shared purse and borrowed blade, have stricken side by side in fights, and side by side have prayed. In churches we were Christian knights, and she was a Christian maid. We met at sunrise, he and I, my comrade. 'Twas agreed, the steel our quarrel first should try, the poison should succeed. For two of three were doomed to die, and one was doomed to bleed. We buckled to the doubtful fray, at first with some remorse, but he who must be slain or slay soon strikes with vengeful force. He fell, I left him where he lay, among the trampled gorse. Did passion warp my heart and head to madness? And if so, can madness palliate bloodshed? It may be, I shall know, when God shall gather up the dead from where the four winds blow. We met at sunset, he and I, my second comrade true. 2 cups with wine were brimming high, and one was drugged, we knew not which, nor sought we to descry. Our choice by lot we drew. And there I sat with him to sup. I heard him blithely speak of bygone days. The fatal cup forgotten seemed. His cheek was ruddy. Father, raise me up, my voice is waxing weak. We drank. His lips turned livid white. His cheeks grew leaden ash. He reeled. I heard his temples smite the threshold with a crash, and from his hand, in shivers bright, I saw the goblet flash. The morrow dawned with fragrance rare. The May breeze from the west just fanned the sleepy olives where she heard and I confessed. My hair entangled with her hair, her breast strained to my breast. On the dread verge of endless gloom, my soul recalls that hour, skies languishing with balm of bloom, and fields aflame with flower, and slow caresses that consume, and kisses that devour. Ah, now with storm the day seems rife, my dull ears catch the roll of thunder, and the far sea strife. On beach and bar and shoal, I loved her better than my life, and better than my soul. She fled. I cannot prove her guilt, nor would I, an I could. See, life for life is fairly split, and blood is shed for blood. Her white hands neither touch the hilt, nor yet the potion brewed. Ay, turn me from the sickly south towards the gusty north. The fruits of sin are dust and drouth. The end of crime is wrath. The lips that pressed her rose-like mouth are choked with blood-red froth. Then dig the grave pit deep and wide, 3 graves thrown into one, and lay 3 corpses side by side, and tell their tale to none. But bring her back in all her pride to see what she hath done. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Song of Autumn by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Julia Niedermeyer. Where shall we go for our garlands glad at the falling of the year, when the burnt-up banks are yellow and sad, when the boughs are yellow and sere? Where are the old ones that once we had, and when are the new ones near? What shall we do for our garlands glad at the falling of the year? Child, can I tell where the garlands go? Can I say where the lost leaves wear? On the brown burnt banks, when the wild winds blow, when they drift through the dead wood drear? Girl, when the garlands of next year glow, you may gather again, my dear, but I go where the last year's lost leaves go, at the falling of the year. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Laudamus by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Phil Benson. The Lord shall slay, or the Lord shall save. He is righteous whether he save or slay. Brother, give thanks for the gifts he gave, though the gifts he gave he hath taken away. Shall we strive for that which is nothing? Nay, shall we hate each other for that which fled? She is but a marvel of modelled clay, and the smooth, clear white, and the soft, pure red that we coveted shall endure no day. Was it wise or well that I hated you for the fruit that hung too high on the tree, for the blossom out of our reach that grew? Was it well or wise that you hated me? My hate has flown, and your hate shall flee. Let us veil our faces like children chid. Can that violet orb we swore by see through that violet-veined, transparent lid? Now the Lord forbid that this strife should be. Would you knit the forehead, or clench the fist, for the curls that never were well caressed, for the red that never was fairly kissed, for the white that never was fondly pressed? Shall we nourish wrath while she lies at rest between us? surely our wrath shall cease. We would fain know better, the Lord knows best. Is there peace between us? Yea, there is peace in the soul's release. She at least is blessed. Let us thank the Lord for his bounties all, for the brave old days of pleasure and pain, when the world for both of us seemed too small, though the love was void and the hate was vain, though the word was bitter between us twain, and the bitter word was kin to the blow, for her gloss and ripple of rich gold rain, for her velvet crimson and satin snow, though we never shall know the old days again. The Lord, his mercy is great, men say, his wrath, men say, is a burning brand. Let us praise him, whether he save or slay, and above her body let hand join hand. We shall meet, my friend, in the spirit land. Will our strife renew? Nay, I dare not trust, for the grim great gulf that cannot be spanned will divide us from her. The Lord is just, she shall not be thrust where our spirits stand. End of Lord Armus by Adam Lindsay Gordon. This recording is in the public domain.
Early Adieu by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Julia Niedermeyer. Adieu to kindred hearts and home, to pleasure, joy, and mirth. A fitter foot than mine to roam could scarcely tread the earth. For they are now so few indeed, not more than 3 in all, who ever will think of me or heed what fate may me befall. For I through pleasure's paths have run, my headlong goal to win, nor pleasure's snares have cared to shun when pleasure sweetens sin. Let those who will their fallings mask, to mine I frankly own, but for them pardon will I ask of none, save Heaven alone. From carping friends I turn aside, at foes' defiance frown, yet time may tame my stubborn pride, and break my spirit down. Still, if to error I incline, truth whispers comfort strong, that never reckless act of mine ever worked a comrade wrong. My mother is a stately dame, who oft would chide with me. She saith my riot bringeth shame, and stains my pedigree. I'd reck not what my friends might know, or what the world might say, did I but think some tears would flow when I am far away. Perchance my mother will recall my memory with a sigh, my gentle sister's tears may fall and dim her loving eye. Perhaps a loving thought may gleam and fringe its saddened ray, when, like a nightmare's troubled dream, I, outcast, pass away. Then once again farewell to those who ever for me have sighed, for pleasures melt away like snows, and hopes like shadows glide. Adieu, my mother, if no more thy son's face thou mayst see, at least those many cares are over, so ofttimes caused by me. My lot is fixed, the die is cast, for me home hath no joy. Oh, pardon then all follies past, and bless your wayward boy. And thou, from whom, for aye to part, griefs more than tongue can tell, may Heaven preserve thy guileless heart, sweet sister, fare thee well. Thou, too, whose loving kindness makes my resolution less, while from the bitter past it takes 1/2 its bitterness. If ever you held my memory dear, grant this request, I pray, give to that memory one bright tear, and let it pass away. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A fragment by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Ryan Finch. They say that poison-sprinkled flowers are sweeter in perfume than when, untouched by deadly dew, they glowed in early bloom. They say that men condemned to die have quaffed the sweetened wine with higher relish than the juice of the untampered vine. They say that in the witch's song, though rude and harsh it be, there blends a wild, mysterious strain of weirdest melody. And I believe the devil's voice sinks deeper in our ear than any whisper sent from heaven, however sweet and clear. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To My Sister by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Jule Niedermeyer. Lines written by the late A.L. Gordon on 4th August 1853, being 3 days before he sailed for Australia. Across the trackless seas I go, no matter when or where, and few my future lot will know, and fewer still will care. My hopes are gone, my time is spent, I little heed their loss, and if I cannot feel content, I cannot feel remorse. My parents bid me cross the flood, my kindred frowned at me. They say I have belied my blood, and stained my pedigree. But I must turn from those who chide, and laugh at those who frown. I cannot quench my stubborn pride, nor keep my spirits down. I once had talents fit to win success in life's career, and if I chose a part of sin, my choice has cost me dear. But those who brand me with disgrace will scarcely dare to say they spoke the taunt before my face, and went unscathed away. My friends will miss a comrade's face, and pledge me on the seas, who shared the wine-cup or the chase, or follies worse than these. A careless smile, a parting glass, a hand that waves adieu, and from my sight they soon will pass, and from my memory too. I loved a girl, not long ago, and till my suit was told, I thought her breast as fair as snow, 'twas very near as cold. And yet I spoke, with feelings more of recklessness than pain, those words I never spoke before, nor never shall again. Her cheek grew pale, in her dark eye I saw the teardrop shine, her red lips faltered in reply, and then were pressed to mine. A quick pulsation of the heart, a flutter of the breath, a smothered sob, and thus we part, to meet no more till death. And yet I may at times recall her memory with a sigh, at times for me the tears may fall, and dim her sparkling eye. But absent friends are soon forgot, and in a year or less 'twill doubtless be another's lot those very lips to press. With adverse fate we best can cope when all we prize has fled, and where there's little left to hope, there's little left to dread. Oh, time glides ever quickly by, destroying all that's dear. On earth there's little worth a sigh, and nothing worth a tear. What fears have I? What hopes in life? What joys can I command? A few short years of toil and strife in a strange and distant land. When green grass sprouts above this clay, and that may be ere long, some friends may read these lines and say the world has judged him wrong. There is a spot not far away where my young sister sleeps, who seems alive but yesterday, so fresh her memory keeps. For we have played in childhood there, beneath the hawthorn's bough, and bent our knee in childish prayer, I cannot utter now. Of late, so reckless and so wild, that spot recalls to me that I was once a loving child, as innocent as she. And there, while August's wild flowers wave, I wandered all alone, strewed blossoms on her little grave, and knelt beside the stone. I seemed to have a load to bear, a heavy choking grief. Could I have forced a single tear, I might have felt relief. I think my hot and restless heart has scorched the channels dry, from which those sighs of sorrow start to moisten cheek and eye. Sister, farewell, farewell once more to every youthful tie, friends, parents, kinsmen, native shore, to each and all good-bye. And thoughts which for the moment seem to bind me with a spell, ambitious hope, love's boyish dream, to you a last farewell. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Old Leaven by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Phil Benson. A Dialogue. Mark. So, Morris, you sail tomorrow, you say, and you may or may not return. Be sociable, man, for once in a way, unless you're too old to learn. The shadows are cool by the waterside, where the willows grow by the pond, and the yellow laburnum's drooping pride sheds a golden gleam beyond. For the blended tints of the summer flowers, for the scents of the summer air, for all nature's charms in this world of ours, 'tis little or naught you care. Yet I know for certain you haven't stirred since noon from your chosen spot, and you've hardly spoken a single word. Are you tired, or cross, or what? You're fretting about those shares you bought, they were to have gone up fast, but I heard how they fell to nothing. In short, they were given away at last. Morris. No, Mark, I'm not so easily crossed. 'Tis true that I've had a run of bad luck lately. Indeed, I've lost. Well, somebody else has won. Mark. The glass has fallen. Perhaps you fear a return of your ancient stitch, that souvenir of the Ladies' Mere, park palings and double ditch. Morris. You're wrong. I'm not in the least afraid of that. If the truth be told, when the stiffness visits my shoulder blade, I think on the days of old. It recalls the rush of the freshening wind, the strain of the chestnut springing, and the rolling thunder of hoofs behind, like the rataplan chorus ringing. Mark. Are you bound to borrow, or loath to lend? Have you purchased another screw, or backed a bill for another friend, or had a bad night at loo? Morris. Not one of these. You're all in the dark. If you choose, you can guess again. But you'd better give over guessing, Mark. It's only labour in vain. Mark. I'll try once more. Does it plague you still, that trifle of lead you carry? A guess that lingers against your will, unwelcome, yet bound to tarry? Morris. Not so. That burden I'm used to bear. 'Tis seldom it gives me trouble, and to earn it as I did then and there, I'd carry a dead weight double. A shock like that for a splintered rib can 1,000-fold repay. As the swallow skims through the spider's web, we rode through their ranks that day. Mark. Come, Morris, you shan't escape me so. I'll hazard another guess. That girl that jilted you long ago, You're thinking of her, confess. Morris. Though the blue lake flushed with a rosy light, reflected from yonder sky, might conjure a vision of Aphrodite to a poet's or painter's eye, though the golden drop with its drooping curl between the water and wood hangs down like the tress of a wayward girl in her dreamy maidenhood, such boyish fancies seem out of date to one half inclined to censure their folly. And yet your shaft flew straight, though you drew your bow at a venture. I saw my lady the other night in the crowded opera hall, when the boxes sparkled with faces bright. I knew her amongst them all. Though little for these things now I reck, I singled her from the throng, by the queenly curves of her head and neck, by the droop of her eyelash long. Oh, passionless, placid, and calm, and cold, does the fire still lurk within, that lit her magnificent eyes of old, and coloured her marble skin? For a weary look on the proud face hung, while the music clashed and swelled, and the restless child to the silk skirt clung, unnoticed though unrepelled. They've paled, those rosebud lips that I kissed, that slim waist has thickened rather, and the cub has the sprawling mutton fist, and the great splay foot of the father. May the blight— Mark. Hold hard there, Morris, my son. Let her rest, since her spell is broken. We can neither recall deeds rashly done, nor retract words hastily spoken. Morris. Time was when to pleasure her girlish whim, in my blind infatuation, I freely endangered life and limb, aye, perilled my soul's salvation. Mark. With the best intentions we all must work, but little good and much harm. Be a Christian for once, not a pagan Turk, nursing wrath and keeping it warm. Morris. If our best intentions pave the way to a place that is somewhat hot, can our worst intentions lead us, say, to a still more sultry spot? Mark. 'Tis said that charity makes amends for a multitude of transgressions. Morris. But our perjured loves and our faithless friends are entitled to no concessions. Mark. Old man, these many years side by side our parallel paths have lain. Now in life's long journey, diverging wide, they can scarcely unite again, and though, from all that I've seen and heard, you're prone to chafe and to fret at the least restraint, not one angry word have we two exchanged as yet. We've shared our peril, we've shared our sport, our sunshine and gloomy weather, feasted and flirted, and fenced and fought, struggled and toiled together. In happier moments lighter of heart, stouter of heart in sorrow. We've met and we've parted, and now we part for ever, perchance tomorrow. She's a matron now. When you knew her first she was but a child, and your hate, fostered and cherished, nourished and nursed, will it never evaporate? Your grievance is known to yourself alone, but Morris, I say, for shame, if in 10 long years you haven't outgrown ill will to an ancient flame. Morris. Well, Mark, you're right. If I spoke in spite, let the shame and the blame be mine. At the risk of a headache, we'll drain this night her health in a flask of wine. For a castle in Spain, though it never was built, for a dream, though it never came true, for a cup just tasted, though rudely spilt, at least she can hold me due. Those hours of pleasure she dealt of yore, as well as those hours of pain, I ween they would flit as they flitted before, if I had them over again. Against her no word from my lips shall pass, betraying the grudge I've cherished, till the sand runs down in my hourglass, and the gift of my speech has perished. Say, why is the spirit of peace so weak, and the spirit of wrath so strong that the right we must steadily search and seek, though we readily find the wrong. Mark: Our parents of old entailed the curse which must to our children cling. Let us hope at least that we're not much worse than the founder from whom we spring. Fit sire was he of a selfish race, who first to temptation yielded, then to mend his case tried to heap disgrace on the woman he should have shielded. Say, comrade mine, the forbidden fruit we'd have plucked, that I well believe, but I trust we'd rather have suffered mute than have laid the blame upon Eve. Morris, yawning: Who knows? Not I. I can hardly vouch for the truth of what little I see. And now, if you've any weed in your pouch, just hand it over to me. End of The Old Leaven by Adam Lindsay Gordon. This recording is in the public domain.
An Exile's Farewell by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read from LibriVox.org by Newgate Novelist. The ocean heaves around us still with long and measured swell. The autumn gales our canvas fill, our ship rides smooth and well. The broad Atlantic's bed of foam still breaks against our prow. I shed no tears at quitting home, nor will I shed them now. Against the bulwarks on the poop I lean and watch the sun behind the red horizon stoop. His race is nearly run. Those waves will never quench his light, o'er which they seem to close. Tomorrow he will rise as bright as he this morning rose. How brightly gleams the orb of day across the trackless sea! How lightly dance the waves that play like dolphins in our lee! The restless waters seem to say in smothered tones to me, how many thousand miles away my native land must be. Speak, ocean, is my home the same, now all is new to me? The tropic sky's resplendent flame, the vast expanse of sea? Does all around her, yet unchanged, the well-known aspect wear? Oh, can the leagues that I have ranged have made no difference there? How vivid recollection's hand recalls the scene once more! I see the same tall poplars stand beside the garden door. I see the bird-cage hanging still, and where my sister set the flowers in the window-sill. Can they be living yet? Let woman's nature cherish grief. I rarely heave a sigh before emotion takes relief in listless apathy, while from my pipe the vapours curl towards the evening sky, and beneath my feet the billows whirl in dull monotony. The sky still wears the crimson streak of soul's departing ray. Some briny drops are on my cheek, 'tis but the salt sea spray. Then let our bark the ocean roam, our keel the billows plough. I shed no tears at quitting home, nor will I shed them now. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Basket of Flowers by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Julia Niedermeyer. From dawn to dusk. Dawn. On skies, still and starlit, white lustrous take hold, and grey flushes scarlet, and red flashes gold, and sun-glories cover the rose shed above her. Like lover and lover, they flame and unfold. Still bloom in the garden, green grass plot, fresh lawn, though pasture lands harden and trout fishes yawn. While leaves not a few fall, let rose leaves for you fall, leaves pearl-strung with dew fall, and gold-shot with dawn. Does the grass plot remember the fall of your feet in autumn's red amber, when drought leaks with heat, when the last of the roses despairingly closes in the lull that reposes, ere storm winds wax fleet? Love's melodies languish in Chastelard's strain, and Abelard's anguish is love's pleasant pain. And Sappho rehearses love's blessings and curses in passionate verses again and again. And I have heard of all these long ago, yet never one word of their song lore I know. Not under my finger in songs of the singer love's litanies linger, love's rhapsodies flow. Fresh flowers in a basket, an offering to you, though you did not ask it, unbidden I strew. With heat and drought striving, some blossoms still living may render thanksgiving for dawn and for dew. The garlands I gather, the rhymes I string fast, are hurriedly rather than heedlessly cast. Yon tree's shady awning is shortening and warning, far spent is the morning, and I must ride fast. Songs empty, yet airy, I've striven to write. For failure, dear Mary, forgive me, good night. Songs and flowers may beset you, I can only regret you, while the soil where I met you recedes from my sight. For the sake of past hours, for the love of old times, take a basket of flowers and a bundle of rhymes. Though all the bloom perish, in your hand can cherish, while churlish and bearish the verse jingle chimes. And eastward by northward looms sadly my track, and I must ride forward, and still I look back. Look back, ah, how vainly, for while I see plainly, my hands on the reins lie uncertain and slack. The warm wind breathes strong breath, the dust dims mine eye, and I draw one long breath and stifle one sigh. Green slopes, softly shaded, have flitted and faded, my dreams flit as they did, good night and good-bye. Dusk. Lost rose, end my story, that core and dry husk, departed thy glory and tainted thy musk. Night spreads her dark limbs on the face of the dim sun, so flame fades to crimson, and crimson to dusk. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Hunting Song by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Diana Schmidt. Here's a health to every sportsman, be he stableman or lord. If his heart be true, I care not what his pocket may afford. And may he ever pleasantly each gallant sport pursue, if he takes his liquor fairly, and his fences fairly too. He cares not for the bubbles of fortune's fickle tide, who like Bendigo can battle, and like Oliver can ride. He laughs at those who caution, at those who chide he'll frown, as he clears a 5-foot paling, or he knocks a peeler down. The dull, cold world may blame us, boys, but what care we the while, if coral lips will cheer us, and bright eyes on us smile? For beauty's fond caresses can most tenderly repay the weariness and trouble of many an anxious day. Then fill your glass and drain it too, with all your heart and soul, to the best of sports, the fox hunt, the fair ones, and the bowl. To a stout heart in adversity, through every ill to steer, and when fortune smiles a score of friends, like those around us here. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To a Proud Beauty by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Rick of Las Vegas, Nevada. A Valentine. Though I have loved you well, I ween, and you too fancied me, your heart hath too divided been, a constant heart to be. And like the gay and youthful knight, who loved and rode away, Your fleeting fancy takes a flight with every fleeting day. So let it be as you propose, though hard the struggle be. 'Tis fitter far, that goodness knows, since we cannot agree. Let's quarrel once for all, my sweet. Forget the past, and then I'll kiss each pretty girl I meet, while you'll flirt with the men. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Thick-Headed Thoughts by Adam Lindsay Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Thick-Headed Thoughts. Number 1. I've something of the bulldog in my breed. The spaniel is developed somewhat less. While life is in me, I can fight and bleed, but never the chastising hand caress. You say the stroke was well intended. True. You mention, it was meant to do me good. That may be. You deserve it. Granted, too. Then take it kindly. No, I never could. How many a resolution to amend is made and broken as the years run round? And how can others on your word depend, when faithless to ourselves we're often found? Henceforward I'll reform, and bid my vices, follies, all take wing. To keep my promise, mid temptation's storm, I've always found was quite another thing. I saw a donkey, going down the road, the other day. A boy was on his back, who on the long-eared quadruped bestowed, with a stout cudgel, many a hearty thwack. But lazier and lazier grew the beast, until he dwindled to a step so slow that I felt sure 'twould take him, at the least, full half an hour one blessed mile to go. Soliloquizing on this state of things, that moke's like me, I muttered with a sigh. He might go faster if he'd got some wings, but nature's made him better off than I. For though I've all his obstinacy, aye, all his sullen spirit, and his dogged ways, I've not one particle, however small, of that praiseworthy patience he displays. Number 2. A man is independent of the world, and little recks of strife or angry brawl. If 'gainst a host his banner be unfurled, be his heart stout, it matters not at all. With woman 'tis not so, for she seems hurled from hand to hand, as is a tennis ball. How queer that such a difference should be between a human he and human she. Number 3. 'Tis a wicked world we live in, wrong in reason, wrong in rhyme, but no matter, we'll not give in while we still can come to time. Strength is a shadow, hope is madness, love delusion, friendship sham. Pleasure fades away to sadness, none of these are worth a damn. There is naught on earth to please us, all things at the crisis fail. Friends desert us, bailiffs tease us, to such foes we give leg bail. But a stout heart still maintaining quells the ills we all must meet, and a spirit fear disdaining lays our troubles at our feet. So we'll never surrender tamely to the ills that throng us fast. If we must die, let's die gamely. Luck may take a turn at last. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. End of poems by Adam Lindsay Gordon.